two things, Josh Allen. There's two things.
And Mac, we found out today, has a fear of clowns. What if we found a lady of a night who part of the gimmick was she dressed like a clown?
You want to get him like a stripper clown.
So if anybody knows any clownatutes, and Nick Wilson says...
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It's another beautiful, but chilly Tuesday afternoon in Cleveland, Ohio. We got you for the next 5 hours. We got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren doing the 2020. No, that's a different guy. Or actually, in this case, a lady. We've got Jake Murren, man in the YouTube chat. Let him know what. Also producing the show today. Katie Pollock doing the 2020s for us today. But now that I finally got that squared away, hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
It should be noted. Good. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well.
Thank you for answering
You're
that.
also well? Okay.
Yes, I'm good.
Very good to know.
Yes.
For the folks watching on YouTube, and again, if you're not on YouTube yet, I don't know why you wouldn't be. It's pretty easy. But 92.3 The Fans YouTube, it should be noted that this morning, I remembered I had my Carolina blue hoodie on, and I thought to myself, JP and I always talk after matching yesterday. Complete coincidence, right? We didn't even hardly address it because it didn't need to be addressed. And I was like, I got to tell him I'm wearing this hoodie in case.
Oh, we've talked about the other hoodie that I own that looks exactly like that hoodie.
Yes.
It's a Rowback one, but it's exactly like that.
But basically, if it happened 2 days in a row, at some point, it would be on us. So I communicated with you ahead of time.
Yeah, you did.
The hoodie that I would be wearing, and then you showed up not in the hoodie.
Didn't wear the hoodie. That's really the only goal I had for myself was to not wear the hoodie.
But you are wearing an identical color shirt today.
Yeah, and it's funny because I've reminded myself, too, when I went into the closet to pick out the clothes, I said, just don't wear that hoodie. And then I looked around, and I didn't give any thought to it. I'm like, have I worn this recently? No? Then okay, let's this one's good. And I had Charlotte tugging on me, and she goes, what you doing, Daddy? And I said, well, I'm picking out clothes. And I even made a comment to her. I said, I just can't wear that blue hoodie. And I looked at this one in my closet. I said, well, that's not identical.
Yeah.
That's not what that is. That's a different color blue. And here we are. So this one's on me. I own this one. This one's on me. I didn't realize it until I got in the car and was halfway here, and I said, oh, no. This is exactly the same color.
I think we got something going for us today, that the lighting in this studio is still wonky as hell.
Are you looking at it on YouTube
your
now?
lighting versus my lighting.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Even though our shirts are nearly identical in color? It's one of those three words.
Oh, they look so different.
They look so different. Dare I say mine pops? Yes, it does. Mine's a little dull. That's okay. I'm not mad about it. But so thanks to whomever messed with the lighting.
Why is yours so dull and mine pops?
It's because somebody screwed with the lighting again, despite Keith having to send out 15 emails to not do that. So... okay, that sounded very catty.
Oh, did Katie raise your hand?
No.
Oh, no, she's acknowledging it.
We're not having the redux of the Katie-Dustin lighting fight that used to happen.
I know she cares about the lights
every day.
A lot. And then, Keith sent a strongly worded email about the lights. Yeah. Don't mess with the lights. And then I didn't know if Katie was just like, hand up, that was me messing with the lights.
Yeah. I actually think somebody messed with one of these three lights.
Oh, this is
I just don't know which one it is. Yeah, so basically, guys, if you are watching on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, or you haven't made your way over there yet, we're not matching today because the lighting is weird here. Although, I swear to you, if you turn down any lighting at any point, it is going to get matchy real damn quick, and I'll bring it back up. But, how you doing?
I'm good.
Now, I'm better now. I'm definitely better now because I was like 2 days in a row matching. You can't beat those allegations.
Who cares, It doesn't really matter if we're matching on YouTube or not, does it?
We're just not that show.
Well, it's not intentional.
Yeah. Well, no, I know. But, like, at some point, 2 shows in a row, people are going to think it's intentional.
I don't think enough people pay attention to that stuff. I certainly don't.
They pay attention to my 3 necks
No, I think
pay attention to if you have a booger in your nose.
It's easy to make fun of us for certain things. I think they like calling us homeless people. I think they enjoy that, but I don't think they care about whether or not we match or anything like that.
I think if you're going to make fun of me for the way I look or JP for the way he looks, you've been getting lumped in on the fat thing, and I think that's wild.
I do find that
I find that offensive, and I'm the fat one in the group.
Fat boy. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if
is it that I'm so fat that I add 20 pounds to you?
Wait, it's not supposed to work that way, right? Isn't it supposed to be? Isn't it supposed to be like usually you take photos next to bigger people because then you look and turn
you would think
tinier.
So.
But I feel like the way the screens are set up, I'm taking as much of the screen as you are, and so then people in their brain just think, well, Jonathan's got to be a large human that way. I'm not a tiny guy. I'm 6'2", 225 pounds, but I'm not 350 either. No one looks at me and says, wow, a Goliath is coming through. You see? Like, nobody does that.
Can we spin this in your favor?
Does that. Well, sure, if you want to.
I don't think of you as a man with broad shoulders.
Okay.
In the video, you look like you got some shoulders on you, kid.
Yeah, I've never been accused of having some shoulders on me.
It looks really good. I'm like, who is that hoss?
Yeah, well,
we're about to have a shoulder off up in here.
We've been doing some shoulder presses lately. Maybe they've been paying off for the first time in 36 years.
I think we've realized you don't have to do shoulder presses. Just zoom in the camera a little bit.
I think that's all it is.
That
the
doesn't
camera's
work for
playing
me
tricks.
because it only makes me look even fatter. But if you have narrower shoulders, that's the trick.
And here's what I'll say: as somebody that is now being lumped into the group that people are wondering if they can see certain body parts of theirs when they take a shower, that commentary is not something I've ever gotten in life, and that one is different.
Yeah. By the way, I can still see it.
That is different.
Yeah, and I make sure to look.
Why is that the number one comment? Why is that like the thing that people are? They think that you all. I don't know why that's the case.
I'll tell you why. Because they're obsessed with it.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they want to find out, guys.
That is one of the weirdest
That's
developments.
not where I go.
Out of the whole YouTube and
I'm a married man.
The whole us being on a camera as much as we are, that's one of the weirdest developments is that comment alone pops up so much, and it's not a comment I've ever once thought of in my life.
Just to the people that want to know, you're not going to find out. Because the point is, I got a wife. She satiates my every need.
You already told us the answer, didn't you?
Well, I can see it. But I think them wondering if I can see it is really their way of saying, can they see it and you can't see it?
I don't think they're wondering. The commentary doesn't seem as if they're wondering at all.
Oh, they've already made a decision?
The commentary is they've made up their mind.
Yeah, but they're thinking about it.
They are thinking about
That's how it starts.
It's like the number one
intrusive thoughts.
They think you're fat comment, and I just never saw that coming because I've never been roped into the fat community.
Listen, some people
but here I am now.
are obsessed with other people's hang dangles, and that's okay.
Jax, do I look fat on these videos? Do I look?
No, I don't think so at all.
Jax is the worst guy to say. That's a little bird build over there. With love and respect. With love and respect, you're a toothpick of a human being. Like
a bird build.
Like Lima looks like a linebacker, compared to you. And that's another very slight individual. I say that in a compliment. I didn't wish I had that narrow of shoulders. I'm quite content with this. I just wish I wasn't as fat. That's all.
Okay, then.
That's more of a cardio thing than anything. But we had a Donnybrook about Dylan Gabriel yesterday. And it's been interesting to watch the narrative outside the show. Because there's what you and I think of Dylan, which if we just think about what his long-term ceiling is, we're in lockstep. It is where, how much can we grade him? What can you grade him on? That's where the discourse was yesterday. But it's been really interesting to kind of hear all the other sound on Dylan from the Browns are pleased with Dylan, which is one report that is out there, to, well, haven't kind of seen the whole Dylan experience, which is, if I'm being fair to Josina Anderson, who was on with the Morning Boys today, that's essentially what her point was.
Yeah.
And there's a couple different other shades to this, but it's really weird that Dylan Gabriel's become this Rorschach test for people where you can just kind of see what you want or see what you feel in your soul.
Well, no, I think what's interesting about it, and because I did do a lot of thinking about why in this instance did I have a desire to talk about his game, and I do think objectively Game 3, there's a lot of stats I can bring up that'll just bore people. 11th in EPA for quarterbacks this week, all these other things. Doesn't matter. The point is I think it's how you think of Dylan Gabriel versus the expectation and the output of Dylan Gabriel. And so I think for myself, for somebody that has been clamoring and has been talking about Shador nonstop for 6 months and have basically looked at Dylan Gabriel as an afterthought the entire stretch of the way, then I looked at him and I saw him in with my own two eyes in training camp, and I thought he looked awful there. And I'm like, all right, not as bad as I thought. And so, like in my head, I think I give him a little bit more kudos because I looked at him so far down here that even just being able to have completion percentage of a 73% in a game is not something I thought was possible. So I feel like in that instance, there's people like myself that are like, okay, it looks better than I thought. Whereas I feel like the other side of that is the people that, and maybe this is closer to we are, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, the people that are trying to grade him off whether or not he can be a starter in the NFL, which is not really where I've ever been with Dillon Gabriel. Because I thought we were all playing under the assumption that I've never once thought he was a starter, and it will take a lot for him to show me that I'll actually believe that he is a starter.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bar for me is, can you be a starter, or can you even be like a transitional starter? Meaning, like, okay, maybe you don't even start for a couple years. Maybe you just start for a year and a half. You like stabilize the situation because that's how bad it's gotten. Mm-hmm. And I do think that's where we should be at. Okay, because and a lot of that is, if he's not a starter, he's got to play his way into me thinking he's a starter. And that's not just me. I think that's a fair amount of people. And I think the more information you get, if the box is still checked no, then that's your answer. Yeah, and I think there are people who don't want to acknowledge that. You're not one of them, by the way.
The box is still checked no for me as well, and that never lost the point of what we were discussing in any stretch of yesterday. I think when you look at it through how I view Dillon, where I think of him as this backup quarterback that really I'm surprised he's even able to look proficient in any sort of these games. When he puts out a game where he's only asked to throw the ball 18 times, has 5 incompletions, again, 11th best EPA for the week with quarterbacks. Like, you get that production out of your backup quarterback, you're pretty satisfied, all things considered.
So this is maybe the other way to look at this, because you and I just couldn't see eye to eye on how to define Dillon's performance. He threw the ball 18 times yesterday, and not all 18 attempts are the same, right? And what maybe a Cam Ward can do with 18 attempts, bad or good, or let's go to a better quarterback, Patrick Mahomes can do with 18 attempts is not the same thing as what Dillon can do. So I counted 5 and stopped counting. 5 plays that I thought he missed the entire point of the play. It was the obvious interception forward in the end zone.
Named a couple more yesterday as
well.
It
was missing forward in the end zone. The missing Jerry Jeudy on the sideline. He missed Quinshawn wide open in the flat to scramble for a few yards, and then the Bond play.
Which, again, these type of plays will happen when you're dealing with somebody that you think is a backup quarterback.
Well, they will happen with starting quarterbacks. I can forgive them if I think you're a starting quarterback. But 5 out of 18 plays, when the whole point of you as a quarterback is efficiency and making the right decision, 5 out of 18 is an alarming amount of misses on only 18 passes. And I think that's to where I get to where it's like, if you're only going to throw 18 passes in a game, you need to be flawless. If you're Dillon Gabriel, because if you're Mahomes, you can make up for every miss with a big play you create. If you're Dillon, you can't.
It was a rainstorm, and the weather was a factor and everything like this too. Like he's not
gonna, wide open.
He's not going to, but he's
15 yards in the flat.
My point is, I don't think he's going to throw 18 attempts per game moving forward. I think it probably be closer to about 25 attempts.
I think about 25 attempts. Then we're going to be talking about 8 or 9 misses, and
especially against New England. By the way, are you guys ready for this? I mean, New England's run defense is the second best in the NFL, and the pass defense stinks. Oh. Like the game plan sets up.
Get ready for 5 carries for Quinshawn Judkins on Sunday.
The game plan sets up for Stefanski to throw the ball a lot with Dillon Gabriel.
Got to get that game script. You
guys are going to get mad at it, but like if Stefanski read the game script last week and thought that one read towards running the ball with Quinshawn a lot, when you face the second best run defense in the NFL, it probably means you're going to have a lot of Dillon Gabriel passing.
216-474-0092. For Dillon specifically, if he's going to have 18 plays where he drops back, he doesn't have a margin for error to let up 2 touchdowns, an obvious first down, and a couple and an obvious interception if Miami just wasn't completely destitute of hope, will, and anything else that looks like real football. He can't have those. Shador can. Shador has the talent to make up for those plays. Going to the big plays like the Allens and the Mahomes. Those guys can mess up as many opportunities because with one flick of the wrist, they can change the game. Mm-hmm. Dillon can't. And we talk about, I know so much of his ability to stay in the game as the starter is going to be about him getting wins. I don't think with Dillon, that's the only way to measure his success. He has to be flawless in his operation because that's how small the margins are. You cannot take 2 touchdowns off the board if you are Dillon Gabriel ever again. Otherwise, you're not just a backup, you're a medium-ass backup.
I mean,
I felt good. I felt really good. I felt
I'm
like
glad
I got
it felt
it out.
good, but like we have measurements to do all this, like 11th in EPA for the week. EPA adjusts for all of that. They account.
What about a 47.6 grade against Miami for PFF?
No, PFF didn't love him. No, PFF
what about
didn't
36
love
quarterback?
No,
26 out of 36.
PFF didn't love him. PFF graded, and hold on. I thought we were the show that can we use PFF? Can we not use PFF?
We can. Yeah.
Okay, because I
never said you
like
couldn't.
PFF. Okay.
I don't think it's the end all be all, but I think if the tape backs up what the PFF grade is, if the nerds and the film rats are in agreement.
Here's where the nerds aren't in agreement. That's the problem, is that the nerds are telling you with EPA that he didn't have a bad week in any sort of measurement.
Wait, are PFF no longer the nerds?
EPA is, I think, the higher up of the nerds. If we're doing like football nerd rankings, I think the EPA per play people are the nerd hierarchy. That's like the Sumer Sports guys. Those are the higher nerds, whereas the PFF guys are like a step below them. PFF guys, I like PFF more than I like EPA, by the way. For whatever that's worth to you, no, I do. I do. But in this instance, like there are a lot of measurements that suggest that Dylan Gabriel in week 3 was not just an absolute disaster. And that's all we're pointing out here.
There are also a lot that suggested he was an absolute disaster.
Well, again, 47 that's not what Tua was. Tua was 27 in PFF over the ranking.
He was 26 out of 36 quarterbacks. Actually, no, he was on passing grade, he was 27 out of 36 week 7.
Right. Again, Tua was 27 total overall.
That's not the bar.
Absolute last. No. When we were talking about absolutely vomiting all over your shoes, that was the point we kept bringing up, was the idea that Tua, he was showing you in a game how you absolutely lose a game, you throw 3 interceptions, you got no control of anything. All I asked for Dylan Gabriel to do was just look competent. And in a 25-point win, he looked competent. That's all he needed to do.
Is 27 out of 36 quarterbacks competent?
Completion percentage competent,
Is
yes.
27 out of 36.
Is 11th in EPA competent?
Is 2 touchdowns taken off the board because of your decisions when you're looking right at Quinshon Judkins? Is that competent?
Yes, there was competence there. Yes. You're putting it towards a different measurement than I am. I think that's where the hang-up is. You're putting it as if this is like some all-time great Dylan Gabriel game. It's not. It's not. It was not even.
I don't think
it was not even by any measure. You won by 25. The job for Dylan Gabriel is to win the game, and to do what he needed to do to win the game.
No.
He threw the ball 7 times in the first 3 quarters.
Wins and losses.
He threw the ball 7 times in the first 3 quarters.
But what quarterbacks do we go? Well, you got to win, so it doesn't matter how you
play. With the backup quarterback, that's what you do. With Mac Jones,
no,
win the game.
He's the starter.
With Mac Jones, we don't care how it looks. No. He's a backup quarterback in my eyes. That's all I'm judging him off of.
No. You have to judge him as he says they are. He's their starter.
He's the second quarterback off in the season. He is the backup quarterback.
He's their quarterback they drafted, and they felt comfortable starting him in week 5. We cannot lower the bar. I think it's fair. If we do this, by the way, if we do this with Shador, I am lockstep with you, right? 5th round pick. You're going to go to him week 12 when maybe the team has given up. Totally makes sense. When this dude's starting in the meat of the season with the expectation to be competitive, he was not competitive yesterday. Quinshon, competitive. The defense, competitive. They had some guys that made some plays yesterday. Hell, I thought the offensive line looked like they might actually...
I mean, he missed 5 passes and didn't turn the ball over. That's all you're asked to do in that role.
5 passes out of 18.
That's all you're asked to do in that role. You're asked to do. That's all you're asked to do in that. This is the difference here.
You're asked to put points on the board when points are on the field.
You're asking Dylan Gabriel to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I'm not. That's the difference.
By not missing a wide open Quinshon Judkins? I'm asking any quarterback to do that. I'm asking Johnny Manziel
where you threw the ball 18 times and that was it. You're gonna have misses. You won the game by 25. I'm judging him how I judge Mac Jones. You're a backup quarterback.
Mac Jones was a first-round pick and a better quarterback than Dylan's ever been.
Quarterback? Did you win the game? That's all I care about is a backup quarterback. He's not your starter long-term.
He's not going to be. Is.
No, they don't.
That's why they started him in week 5.
He's not a starter long-term. He's never going to be a long-time NFL starter.
You're dogging him and supporting him in ways I'm confused by.
I'm dogging him way more than supporting him. That's the problem with this. I feel like I'm going to bat for Dylan Gabriel, and I don't want any part of that.
It seems like
why did I yell for Dylan Gabriel? I don't. I'm yelling for the idea that as a backup quarterback that nobody believed in,
he is a starting quarterback
where you complete 73% of your passes, don't turn the ball over, and that's more than acceptable. That's not a lousy quarterback. By no measurement is that a lousy game. He's a backup, and you know it. This is a faulty argument by you.
You are trying to make him
a top 10
27 out of 30. No, I'm trying to make him a competent quarterback.
That's how he needs to be.
It's week 3.
He's a backup.
Literally the worst grade he got from PFF. Your gods.
It's not the worst grade.
Your gods gave him the worst passing grade of his 3 spots. Yes, he did.
Out of his games.
63 against Minnesota, 51.1 against Pittsburgh, where he was cheeks, and then this week against Miami, 47.6.
He was 11th in EPA.
I bow to you.
I don't know what you're even arguing at this point.
I don't know what you're arguing, which is probably...
Ken's right. Arguing over Dylan Gabriel is the dumbest thing we could ever do in this.
No. He's
right.
It's
arguing over Dylan Gabriel might be the dumbest thing we ever do.
No, it's your job, Ken. Oh, that sounded personal.
Geez, that came
I
off
did
really,
not like that.
That came off really hard.
Ken, I will retract that immediately.
Ooh.
Actually, I'm going to reverse my retraction. That's your job, Ken. 216-474-0092. How much time?
You keep saying 27 out of 36. Like, that was the worst thing in the world, by the way. If 27 out of 36 is what he gives you on a week-in, week-out basis, that's all you can expect out of Dylan Gabriel. That's all you can expect.
We have
that's
normalized garbage.
That's with bad games.
We have normalized garbage in a way that is unhealthy.
I think that's where the difference is.
We need Dr. Phil to come in here and spew some of that fancy stuff.
Expecting backup to the backup quarterback essentially play out of Dylan. The fact that he gave you even 27 out of 36 and you won the game by 25, that was what your job was.
How much time
That's what your job was.
did Dylan Gabriel buy himself on Sunday? More on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
pedal. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think it's hard to evaluate the passing game on Sunday. I think it's really hard to look at that and say, oh, geez, he didn't do this or he didn't do that in the passing game because of the weather conditions. I think any quarterback or many or most quarterbacks would have struggled in those conditions. And also they're having tackle issues, and that is not helping matters at all. The game before that, I thought he missed a fair amount of throws, too many of his throws, even though he was under tremendous siege in that game and he was hit 16 times and sacked 6 times. So that is what I would like to see from him going forward, is a little bit more accuracy, and not just in general, but particularly into the end zone or into the red zone. So those are the kinds of things that I think everybody needs to see from him.
Mary Kay Cabot earlier today on the station talking about her thoughts on Dillon Gabriel. And I understand that there's a healthy segment of people that agree with you of, no, he's not the starter, he is the backup, and that's how we should grade him. I just continue to go with, he's starting. The backup to me is QB1 got injured. Well, Joe Flacco got benched. The backup to me is a guy that has been in the NFL for X amount of time. The backup to me, you don't go to the backup quarterback to be your starter in week 5. And the Browns have put Dillon in this situation for better or worse, and so we should all be grading. And it's not just Dillon. It's Shedeur too. When we say take a look at one of these quarterbacks, you have to be grading with the eyes of, do I think you are a starting quarterback? And I think there's this narrative, or there's this idea that you have to have the perfect set of circumstances. You're not saying this, but there's this perfect set of circumstances that will allow it. Well, you got to have a great O-line and the great pass catchers and a great tight end and a great No, it's the NFL. You grade in the environment that they play in.
Yeah, and the environment he plays in is not very good. But again, I'm not trying to make this a defense of Dillon Gabriel. I think the idea that, and by the way, your numbers on PFF, little wrong. I need to correct you before we make this the whole thing all day. He was 24th out of 32.
Did you do passing grade or did you do the overall grade?
I did passing, because passing is what actually matters within this.
Did you do qualifying quarterbacks?
Yeah, I did min 20% of 61. Yeah. So he's 20.
So for what? For week 7?
For week 7. Yeah.
Okay, because I just did all quarterbacks and he was 27th out of 36.
We've just debated. I thought we were debating week 7, not necessarily the previous 3 weeks.
I did. Yeah, there were 36 quarterbacks that played on Sunday. And
I did min 20% of dropbacks.
Yeah, I didn't do any
I chopped it off. So we had 32 quarterbacks that qualified. The 20% is in there because they grade people that do like 3 passes in a game, and then they actually get the percentages. And sometimes that puts people 10th, sometimes that puts people 28th. I do min 20% because it actually shows a reasonable number of percentages. Other thing on this though, turnover worthy plays. PFF says he made 1. Like if you have if you are 24th out of 32, you have 1 turnover-worthy play, the TWP, that's what they judge, 1 turnover-worthy play, and you complete 73% of your passes. As somebody that I think is a backup quarterback, I can't look at you in a rainstorm and say that was some sort of catastrophe, some sort of mishandling of the position. And I think that's my main point. But I think we just judge him a little bit differently, mainly because I've never seen him as a starter. So maybe I just need to readjust maybe what I'm looking at from that perspective. I've always looked at him like you're not better than Shedeur. You shouldn't have this opportunity over Shedeur. But if you're going to play, I can't look at that game and say, I'm judging you the same way I would judge Patrick Mahomes, let's say. And maybe I just need to adjust that. I'm not sure.
I think we should do league average. I think it should be against Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins. Like, I don't need Dillon Gabriel to be a top 10 quarterback. If he's the 16th best quarterback on average, I will settle for that for some short duration of time. But if he's starting, then that's how we're grading him. They drafted him in the 3rd round. If you draft somebody in the 3rd round, you think they can be a starter, even if they haven't said that specifically of we think he can be a starter. So
I know, I've looked at these numbers for so many years, and what is very typical of quarterbacks early on, especially throughout their rookie seasons, most of the quarterbacks, they live in that 20 to 32 range anyway.
And where are they drafted?
As
usually
rookies.
In the 1st round, yes?
Yeah, they're taken very high.
This is a scratch-off lottery ticket. Do you see anything special? No. Throw this one away, put a new one in.
Well, we agree
special?
on that. I would have thrown him away before he even had an opportunity to start. I wouldn't have drafted him. We've talked about that a million times.
So here's why I think at the heart, why we both get fired up about this, why I get fired up about this, is there are no passes in this league. Not for late third round quarterbacks that I didn't buy into the first place. So at some point in the next 3 weeks, I need to see something that looks like a starting quarterback. And if the thing you do is things that I think I'm resigned
to the idea I was never going to see that anyway. And so, like, in my perception of everything, the fact that he didn't go out there and throw 3 interceptions like Tua did, that's the win. What my expectations for someone in that spot when you win by 25 is to just not vomit all over your shoes. Just look competent, and that's really what it was. That was him. Yes, he missed some throws. Yes, there were some throws he could have made, but did he look enough like a quarterback that could hand the ball off to Judkins and not make a bunch of mistakes?
And here's the problem.
And I thought he accomplished that.
That's not repeatable. The way that game went on Sunday, it's not going to go that way again for Cleveland. You might have a strong defensive performance. You might generate some turnovers. But in terms of you jump on the score early and then the other teams make so many mistakes that you just don't have to do anything, like that's maybe one place you and I can agree on. That game's not going to present itself to where he only has to throw 18 times, and it won't matter that he missed 2 potentially obvious touchdowns. And if it does, I'm not he's just getting a lot of free passes, not from you, but I think in general, the analysis is, well, you won, so what does it matter? No, it matters. We're in evaluation mode with him, and I'm 3 games away from saying sayonara to him, and I don't think they are. And I think that's where my frustration comes in.
Well, because I think they look at it in many ways, and this is where they have to be honest with themselves. If you have a backup quarterback, the goal is just, can you win 50% of your games? If he's winning 50% of his games, I think they'll look at it like, you just keep staying and you keep playing. And I hate that, because I don't want that. I want to see Shedeur. I want a chance to have him play over this. But I maintain Sunday was not in a 25-point win. That I can't ask Dylan Gabriel to be perfect. He's never going to be that. And so I thought he checked off the box that I needed him to check.
If from my side, if you're a physically limited quarterback, you have to be perfect. That's how Brock Purdy kept his job and got $50 million a year. 216-474-0092. How much time did Dylan Gabriel buy himself on Sunday? For me, not one damn second longer than it was going into that game.
And that's for me, too, by the way. He didn't buy anything extra there because, again, I wouldn't have had him start to begin with.
We got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Darrow Ryder is on top of
Before monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel plan ends agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We went too late on the first segment, so I forgot to tell you. Lance Reisland, Coach Riz, usually at 6 on Tuesdays. He's coming up at 3:20 today. We've got Albert Breer at 5:20. We'll ask him about Dylan Gabriel's development, whether the Browns are seeing that. Also, a lot of headlines from the Browns game, including Mike McDaniel and how he hasn't been fired yet. So plan to get to with Albert at 5:20 today, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
Well, that stunk. The Mariners fell one game short of the World Series after being eliminated from the playoffs by Toronto last night on a 3-run home run by George Springer, of all people. We found out how the Mariners were dealing with the loss when Fox was interviewing Seattle pitcher Brian Wu after the game.
Having gone as further than any other team in franchise history.
What was that?
That was a grown man screaming in rage about 30 minutes after the loss. I will ask you, who do you think it was? If you had to have one guess from that locker room, who it would be?
Where's Arena?
No. I thought you were going to go Naylor.
No, two on the money.
So it has not been confirmed.
Sideshow Bob doesn't care once the game is over.
It has not been confirmed, but I believe multiple people were guessing. Okay, it was reported but not reported. Somebody was in the locker room and said it was Julio Rodriguez.
That kind of surprises me.
Yeah?
He just doesn't give off that temperament. I don't know why you phrased it as like, of all people, George Springer. I'm getting ready to make the case that George Springer might be one of the best postseason baseball players of all time. If you look at his numbers in the postseason, we have 350 plate appearances. He is slugging 600. He has hit numerous, when you actually quantify the big game, big moment home runs, he's got 2 in top 100 MLB history, and now has added a third with last night. Like, George Springer, getting him for his postseason experience and watching it play out the way it did was chef's kiss.
I think it's that it's taken 3 years for it to pay off. So much of what he did was in Houston, and he was elite in Houston, that I was like, I just resigned myself to, this version of George Springer just sucks. And then...
I mean, he was made for moments like that. Like, there are certain
to go home.
Like, I'm at the point where we are close. If he has a big time moment in the World Series,
make him a Hall of Famer.
Not Hall of Famer. We might have to give him the Mr. October tagline, though. Like, that's how good he's been in the postseason.
Can you be a mid player and be Mr. October?
When you dominate the postseason the way that Springer has, and has had, this is his third top 100 game-changing moments in postseason history.
We just gave Playoff Rocchio the nickname Playoff Rocchio and platinum hair.
Springer's doing it in the World Series and the ALCS and in important parts beyond just the opening round, like Rocchio was able to do it.
Second round.
Yeah, okay.
It was pretty big in the ALDS last year, bub.
Yeah.
I haven't forgotten it.
Yeah. Omaha! I don't see the comparison.
The people have not forgotten.
Let's go to Baker Reagan Mayfield, one of those players that actually PFF graded out worse than Dylan Gabriel this week for his Week 7 performance. He was one of the ones that was below Dylan Gabriel. And he talked a lot about the refs in last night's game. This is Baker.
Third down defensive holding call that wasn't called, and also still pretty damn confused about the double review. A lot of things in that game that a little questionable, but a lot of frustration at the end of that. And you might be displaced onto John Hussey in the moment, but I work my ass off and I put a lot into this game, so when things that I don't seem are deemed fair, I'm going to let somebody know, and that's good, bad, and different.
New rule. If when you lose a game like that, where you got utterly dominated, regardless of the referees, when you lose a game like that, the next game, if you win because of officiating, you have to call that out too.
You have to be like, good job, refs.
Yep, you have to be like,
are the reason why.
Listen, I got to say, all glory to God and NFL referees who are bad at their job, and they just gave us like 17 points. Fair?
I think it's fair.
You know how much I like Baker.
Yeah, that was a bad look,
I was
though.
totally annoyed by that.
I was annoyed too. I love Baker. I was annoyed by that.
I know, but buddy, you just had a bad game. It's okay.
That was classic Baker in the sense of he just, sometimes I love everything about him, but sometimes he does not know how to point the finger at himself.
Also, everybody works hard at that game. To be in the NFL, there's very few people slacking off, and certainly at the quarterback position, there might be one Anthony Richardson starting in a given year that just doesn't work that hard. Most dudes work hard to be good in the NFL.
I do agree with him in the idea that I didn't understand the double review.
No, I
didn't know what was going on there.
By the way, I agree with him that I thought the first call he talked about was BS.
I didn't understand that one either.
I asked this. I cannot remember who the guest was yesterday. Can we all just say, let the kids play?
It was Nathan Zagura. You asked Nathan.
Can we stop with the DPI on every freaking play?
Enough, this has been something that Albert's been really about this year. And so maybe we can ask Albert about it at 5:20 because he's been very about the idea that these reviews are taking forever.
Oh, the reviews. I thought it was about DPI. I'm like, finally, somebody else. I don't know, finally. I think we all hate defensive.
Well, hold on. What's your problem with DPI for a second? Is it just because when you throw it up there, it's got a 50% chance of ending in a DPI?
Yes.
You know where it really, really kind of takes place more than anything and bothers me more? It bothers me more in the college game than it does the pro game.
I think it's the ticky-tack calls. I don't think all contact any contact should be pass interference.
I just wonder if you were a cornerback or any sort of defensive back, if you just played the idea of I'm just gonna basically let them try to catch this deep pass while my main goal not getting a DPI, how different that would work out in your favor.
I think your ass is still getting benched either way. I don't think it's helping you. Omaha! How bad do you want to win, JP? Because San Jose Sharks quarterback Ryan Warsofsky of the San Jose Sharks, who are winless to this point, he wants to win real bad.
Okay.
Trust me, it sucks. Keep telling myself there's got to be a reason why this keeps happening in a sense. I'd give up one of my children for a win. So it's frustrated. I'm sorry for swearing. We're very, very frustrated, and we're going to keep working at it.
All right,
it doesn't sound like he's joking.
We put this on the Hyperbole Hall of Fame, do we not?
It doesn't sound like he's joking, though. Like, usually there's, like, when Mike Vrabel said he'd cut off his piece to win a Super Bowl, there was like a ha-ha-ha undertone. There was no ha-ha undertone on this.
Well, I believe Vrabel would do it, was the difference.
Oh, you don't think? Ryan
for
Warsofsky?
a win for the San Jose Sharks?
It's pretty cheap. I'd like, that's what he's like. I'd give up one of my kids to win every game the rest of the season and then go to the Stanley Cup and win that too. And by the way, then drive a harder bargain, man. Come on.
Just a win doesn't do anything. It's just a win happens and then you just move forward.
I mean, theoretically, you can just replace him with another. No, I don't like this. I thought it was very chotch.
Yeah, and now having children, I don't see how you can make this statement.
I don't either.
Also, what if you're the children? Aren't you like, thanks, Dad?
So
screw you, buddy.
He sounds Canadian, so maybe Canadian children deal with this differently. I called one of my kids a Timu child the other day, and she cried so hard that I felt like the worst parent in the world. I went out and got her some chocolate ice cream to make her feel better.
I mean, I would tell my dad. I would tell my dad to screw off if he made this type of comment to the media.
Now you know what I'd do.
I'm that replaceable to you,
and I'd do the accidental tap. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dad. But I'd do it for like 6 months. You trade me off for a regular season win?
What's the accidental tap?
Oh, I was just running by you, Dad. Didn't realize how hard I was running at you.
Mitch Kupchak?
Yep. I never did that to my dad. Thought about it once or twice. My dad was a really easygoing dude.
I would never do that to my dad.
I never did.
I would never do that to my dad.
I just thought about it once or twice.
What?
But to this dude,
we had different childhoods.
It'd be every day.
I would never. That's just too much respect for my dad to be able to ever do that.
Called an accidental.
No.
Yeah, it's called an accidental.
I don't mess with the nards.
Omaha! That's going to be clipped.
All right. People are in arms. LeBron.
People are nards.
People are in arms over LeBron posting himself eating pizza with a fork.
Oh.
It has dominated the headlines this morning. A lot of people are discussing it. Is pizza with a fork? I mean, LeBron, he's doing this to be. This is like Costanza eating with the Snickers bar with a fork and a knife, right? Like you're doing this just to piss people off, right?
Oh, it's a bit. Yeah. Yeah, this is a social media troll.
I mean, there are people that do eat pizza with a fork. It's just you got to be extremely highfalutin.
I don't think it's a coincidence.
There's a class of society that LeBron probably lives with now that does eat pizza with, maybe not lives with, but is around that eats pizza with forks.
So there are certain parties on certain islands where the only way you can eat pizza is with forks.
Might even have somebody serving it to him at that point. Yeah,
I don't like any of that. My conspiracy theory on this is
coming from the clownitude or whatever you called him yesterday.
Clownitude. It's totally different. That I was trying to help a friend overcome clown phobia.
Yeah.
Now, my take is they had the Jovan Buha thing that came out, the excerpts from his books that made LeBron look like a fake jerk. I think LeBron put this out there to steer everybody away from the very real headlines that Russell Wilson thought he was a punk.
I mean, this doesn't make you look any better than, because who cares if Russell Westbrook thinks that you're a punk? Nobody cares about that.
I think you're a
fake
bad teammate. I'd rather people think I eat
because
a
Westbrook was inspired by Will Smith's speech, like that Will Smith, the one you're thinking of.
No, it wasn't inspired. No. What happened was, did you see the full excerpt?
I thought it was that Will Smith came and spoke to the Lakers, and that was like I did not read anything in depth on this, but that was like the eye-opening aha moment for Westbrook.
No, so the Lakers got word that Will Smith was going to show up, and LeBron went to leave. AD and Russ had to talk him into staying because it'd be a bad look. LeBron stayed, and then basically yucked it up with Will Smith and laughed it up like he was the biggest Will Smith fan, and Russ thought that was insanely fake.
Okay, that makes sense because I got my news from the New York Post, which is basically just somebody telling you what they thought the news was.
That's true.
So that's how that went down. All right. Well, it's still, I think pizza with a fork is a worse look than Westbrook thinking you're fake.
However you want a pizza, you pizza. All right? I'm just pro pizza.
So have you ever ate a pizza with a fork?
Yeah. Have. I was drunk as hell.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know that I love this development of you.
Yeah. It was I was in a
Was it at least a deep dish?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, that's a different pizza though.
Yeah. No, it's not. All pizza is pizza.
Not all pizza's not pizza.
Matters.
All pizza matters, but not all pizza's pizza. There's deep dish, there's tavern, there's all sorts of
Those are all pizzas.
There's a million different styles of pizza.
Those are all
In fact,
pizzas.
you can make an argument that it's like deep dish is closer to lasagna than it even is pizza at certain points.
216-474-0092 is all pizza. That is, I almost called it the lead. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, rooting interest gone or rooting interest instilled? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey,
extra time. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. It wasn't a mistake. They let Dylan Gabriel out there, fine. And you know what? You make a sound argument for Dylan Gabriel to stay out there. That's perfectly fine. Let him get the taste of victory. Let him take the kneel down. That's perfectly fine and good. But I don't understand. Oh my God, the world's coming to an end if he just calls a play and hands the ball off.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with myself and Nick Wilson from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll ask him his thoughts on Dylan Gabriel's play on Sunday. I'm going to say it's going to be positive because he is always positive about quarterbacks. You made the point. That man loves him some quarterbacks. So we're excited to hear that. I do want to also hear just how much he thinks you can build off that win. But I want to get to some Mary Kay Sound here. We played her thoughts on Dylan Gabriel. We're going to play some stuff on Shador here, but Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports, who's really become like, I'll be honest with you, when I read a Schefter report, when I read a Rappaport report, that just comes from the agent. It doesn't really impress me anymore. I really like when JJ kind of throws stuff out there because he throws stuff out like this, that the NFL, the VP of I can't remember what his first part of the title is, but Troy Vincent told team owners today that it might be time to look at the 4th and 15 proposal that has been offered as an alternate to onside kick. The lack of recoveries on onside has disappointed the league.
Yeah, I mean the onside kick play, it doesn't even come into effect anymore.
Yeah. And honestly, and by the way, it's just not done anything interesting when it actually does happen. So, you were talking about that. We were saying the same damn thing. I just don't know how you fix it. I'm so out on kickoffs and onside kicks. Like, I know to some people it sounds like it is sacrilege, but if we just did away with kickoffs and you just trade the ball back and forth, it would not bug me at all. And if
or do you mean like start on like the 25 for every?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I like to see him kick the ball off, but I'm with you. It's gone a little stale. They've done things to make it more interesting in other areas. That's why I have hope that like 4th and 15 could work. For instance, when they made the extra point an actual distance that people could mess up, it made it where you stopped going to the bathroom during extra points and you had to stay and watch.
So it's interesting. I think kickoffs have gotten better, but it's not like such a disproportionately big change that it helps offset like the fact that that onside kicks are basically meaninless now.
I think the sad part is that like when I watch these games, I usually watch by myself, but every now and then I'll have like Lisa's dad over or her brother was over this last weekend, and they're just kind of like hanging around, and the idea that, and these people, they love sports, they're diehard sports fans, but the idea that when you see the 20-yard gap be lit up the way that it is, like it's still a hard concept for a lot of people to even get behind and understand what's going on. That I think is a problem in and of itself.
So that is the latest from the NFL as it pertains to the Browns. We had another spirited Dylan Gabriel conversation, and something I did hear the morning show's take on that today, and I understand the central point they were making. I think we've all been a little too mid. That was the wrong word. We've all been a little too low key on this quarterback room because we know that it's been bad. And I think it stifled a lot of the conversations we should be having. And I think I think a lot of people in media have just checked out on Dylan Gabriel, and I don't think it's made our product any better. Like, I think we should be having spirited conversations about every one of these quarterbacks, no matter if we think they're going to be great or not, because I think the whole point is I don't think you should ever dip the bar below is who's starting a starting caliber quarterback. And if you've got one, well, that's a different conversation, right? If you've got a proven starting quarterback, different conversation. But if you're just looking to stabilize the position, that to me is what that conversation earlier today was about, and our Dylan dust up yesterday as well.
I mean, I think that's kind of what Dylan has shown you to be in many ways, and that's I I don't know. The part that just befuddled me was the idea that, and maybe we just brought too many metrics into the equation, or maybe we brought too many different ways of looking at it, because there are different ways that one tells one story, one tells another story, but there's some context that I think is needed within that discussion. But I don't like any part of the idea that now I feel like I'm on some sort of Dylan Gabriel defense, which I've never been a part of to begin with anyway, and I also don't really want to be a part of to begin with. Like, he's a backup quarterback. I want to see Shedeur Sanders play football. Ultimately, that's my end goal, but I don't know. I didn't think he was a problem in a 25-point win. That's my end point there.
So, with that being said, you have been on, when it comes to Shedeur, that there's going to be a time where the narrative starts to change on Shedeur.
And you'll see it. You'll see it piece by piece and week by week, and it's gonna like temperature rising in an oven. It's just gonna keep rising and rising and rising. And this is where I thought Mary Kay is speaking exactly to what we've kind of seen in the past couple weeks grow and grow and grow, and now it's hitting a boiling point.
And here was Mary Kay earlier today on this very station talking about Shedeur Sanders' development in elite accuracy.
I think his development has gone really, really well behind the scenes. That is what I'm hearing with the people that I've talked to. He's doing a really, really nice job. He's making progress in every way, including in all of those ways that they really needed him to, just in terms of being able to get the play articulated. He's really coming along. And the thing about Shedeur, I've written this so many times, I've said it so many times, but he has elite accuracy. And that's the place where I think he has Dylan beat, is in the accuracy piece. But you have to be able to get to that point where you have time to throw that ball and you're getting it out fast enough so that you can get it there on time and all those kinds of things. But in a 7-on-7 drill, if you put those two up next to each other and you just started doing a red zone 7-on-7, I think Shedeur would win that drill most of the time. But that doesn't mean that he would be the better choice at quarterback right at this moment.
I don't think it is a coincidence that Dylan has been as unremarkable as I think he has been, or as fine, or whatever the different synonyms we can use for this. I don't think it's a coincidence through 3 games he's been pretty unremarkable, and we're starting to hear some of the development that the Browns are telling the local reporters.
This has been my whole point the entire time, was that this was always going to happen this way, and we started to see it 2 weeks ago, and now we're seeing it last week, and now you're seeing it again today. The idea that once you start to see who Dylan Gabriel is, and they start to see who Dylan Gabriel is, they're going to try to take some credit for Shedeur Sanders. This is it. This is their saving grace, is the idea that they're going to try to make it seem as if Shedeur was not even close to ready previously, and now all of a sudden, voila, he's ready. And I'm telling you guys, nothing's changed with Shedeur Sanders. Nothing's changed with him relative to where he was before the season got underway. I'm sure Stefanski's doing some time and some work with him, but there's no drastic leap that's happened. He's always been better than Dylan. He remains better than Dylan, and now we're just counting out the time until the Browns actually put him out there.
So I thought it was interesting that coming off of Sunday's game, I mean, we had folks in the Shedeur Sanders hive. They had isolated one moment where Dylan Gabriel was coming off the field, and Kevin Stefanski smiled at him.
Yeah,
and they pointed and said, "This is why Shedeur is never going to get a chance."
Maybe just Stefanski was happy he was winning a game.
And I also, by a considerable margin, against a team that I think
just hadn't had that happen in a while.
I think Kevin knew he was that
he knew he needed
the Dolphins
that one.
Were cooked.
He knew
he
needed that one.
But I think we're probably closer to Shedeur playing than even I thought. Meaning,
I still don't know that. I still don't know that. I hope you're right. They still have to pull the trigger there, and they seem so hesitant to do it.
Where do we get that? Because it's only been 3 weeks of Dylan.
From the impression I get is what I'm getting.
Okay,
it's not as if I'm not talking to Kevin and I'm like, oh, Kevin told me the impression I'm getting is that because if they take Dylan and he goes this week and then let's just say it doesn't work out and then they put Shedeur in there, and I think Shedeur is going to be good. I need to make that abundantly clear. But if Shedeur isn't good, then what are we doing? We're just going every 4 weeks, we just have a new quarterback. Meanwhile, you've gone through the 3rd round pick and the 5th round pick, and you have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difference would be you are going back to young players who can get better just by practicing and just throughout the duration of the season.
But that's, I think, what they'd argue for Dylan on Dylan's behalf there.
No, but I think my point is, if 4 games in, we know what we have of Dylan. Now we're going to go to Shedeur because we're still competitive. I I don't love this idea that there are certain people who've resigned themselves to, we're not going to see Shedeur until the Browns aren't being competitive, because then you're not giving Shedeur an authentic chance to do anything interesting. If he does something, it'll be in spite of the situation you put in.
I know, I agree. That's what makes people like myself so mad about the horror deal. Is that if it goes down that way, where you're putting them in games where it doesn't even matter if they win, and in fact the front office would prefer that they lose for draft position, you're not setting him up in any sort of way to have success. Yes, that makes people like myself angry.
Well, but that's why, like, I do understand that Dylan getting the win yesterday, to some people says, well, he just extended his leash. I think wrong. Winning is important. And if you get a win this next week against New England that you cannot pick apart, that I do think extends his leash a little bit longer. But if he plays the way he did the first 3 games and you're not seeing definitive improvement in the offense, right? If you're scoring 31 points, but that's because you got 7 from the defense, and the other 2 times you got the choicest of all potential field position. I don't think Kevin had, like, I think he's got 3 games left from right now if he plays the way he did the first 3 games of the season. Now, if they go 2-1, that might change the situation, but just based off his play, I can't see extending this out more than 3 games after it if it looks closer to, or if it looks exactly like the first 3 games.
3 games seems fair to me. I mean, when we first were talking about it, you'd mentioned next week, though, after next week being the end, and that's where I was like, I just don't know that that's happening. But 3 weeks from now, you tell me if they go on you got to lose a game that you're supposed to win. That, I think, will be the one that Stefanski looks at and says, "Oh no, we have a real problem on our hands." You're not expected to win. You're not expected to win the Patriots game. You lose the Patriots game, and then you lose to the winless Jets. Then yes, I think that will be enough to sound the alarm, and everyone says, "Okay, let's just finally put Shedeur in." But I cannot stress enough the point that with more struggling that you see, or really from a 3-game sample size with Dylan that they're less than impressed with, the more chatter you're going to hear about Shedeur Sanders all of a sudden overcoming all these made-up obstacles that they put in his way. And I just think it's such a farce, and it just feels so wrong that they're able to do this and get away with it on a fundamental level. It just feels like someone. I mean,
every NFL team does this.
I know, but it feels like dragging Shedeur through the idea that for his reputation and his name, for months on end, people thought he can't play the position. And they told enough people behind the scenes, and you know this firsthand, Nick, they told enough people behind the scenes that he was so far behind, laughably far behind, and all these other things, just so they could make themselves look good in the end of it. And that's all they're trying to do. Oh, we fixed Shedeur. We got him to a spot where we could play him, and thank goodness we did just in the nick of time. And I just think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to besmirch his name that way, and I think it's wrong to go ahead and drag his name through the mud that way when he didn't deserve that.
I will say I'm not a big fan of any besmirching of names. That's where you and I are in a lockstep of anyone's name. 216.
Well, it's good to have you as a compadre there.
474-0092. Will Shedeur only play when wins matter? I think that depends when the winning stops and how does Dylan Gabriel look week from week. I think the Browns might. I think the messaging with Shedeur is where JP is spot on 100% there. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, will walk us through how he thought Dylan Gabriel looked yesterday and his theory on why the McDaniel offense does not do well in bad weather. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. 5005 Rockside, Cleveland.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Or take The Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Albert Breer coming up in about 2 hours' time at 5:20 today, his usual time. So very excited for that. Now, usually on Tuesdays, we've got Lance Reisland at 6 o'clock. You guys know him from the Tailgate Show. You know him from Cleveland.com. We're going to bring him on here in a little bit. And I actually want to lead with the Shanahan thing that you said yesterday, because I thought about it after you told me, well, not the Shanahan thing, the idea that Mike McDaniel's offense works in like 6 NFL cities.
Yeah.
I thought about that so much. Not enraged, but just like I want to hear what Coach says on why he thinks that's true, given like the Shanahans have had success in multiple NFL cities.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to start with the McDaniel side of things and let him explain from there, and then you can follow up with the Shanahan, because that's how I did it too. And he gave a good answer. I just don't remember what that answer was. We did a lot of radio in the past week.
So, yeah, we have. Yeah. I don't know if you felt this way. Last week, which we did our normal amount of shows. We did 25 hours of radio last week. Felt like we did 50 hours, and
well,
I still can't.
I got the 3 on top of it. So
Yep.
we got the 28 hours, which is, it's a lot of hours of like being like, hey, this person said this person said that. We're lucky I even remember that Coach even spoke with me at all.
So we'll get Coach here shortly, actually right now. Usually joining us at 6 o'clock on Tuesdays. He's a longtime coach. He's a all-22 junkie, Cleveland.com, our very own tailgate show every Sunday. Lance Reisland, Coach Riz on the Fan Hotline. Coach, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
All right, so if you want to gloat about your burger bet, where you got to win, and I do it every time they lose. You can do that right now before we get going.
Oh no, I'm not. Just know I'm thinking it. That's all. That's all I need from you. Just know I'm thinking it.
All right, that's fair. Now, JP, when we were talking about McDaniel's system yesterday, he had said that you had claimed that it only works in roughly 6 cities. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so, when you watch the Dolphins, McDaniel's a really brilliant offensive mind, and he bases everything on space, numbers, and timing, pace, and rhythm. And so when they're cooking, first of all, their pass game, it's a lot of quick play action, 2 is on schedule, a lot of things over the middle, especially between the hashes. But he bases everything on depth of drop of the quarterback, depth of route by receivers, and they got to be really good when they catch the ball, run after catch. And he doesn't adjust, right? He doesn't adjust to bad weather. He doesn't adjust to wind. That's why they've struggled so much, in my opinion, more than, Tua is from Hawaii. It's the fact that the system is so rhythm-based and so timing-based that if you have weather, if you have wind, he doesn't adjust. And it's just really hard unless you have perfect conditions. And you saw that on Sunday because he doesn't adjust. And when you don't adjust, especially in these cities where the wind is so vital and so harsh, you get what you got. And I, that's been the case since I've watched him going back a number of years. I think he's brilliant, but everything is so system-based, and it doesn't account for any type of weather or any type of a wind, I would say.
All right, so JP accurately quoted what you said. My rebuttal was, okay, it's the same offense that both Shanahans have run, and Kyle has had success in Cleveland in 2014. Mike won 2 Super Bowls in Denver. They've had success in kind of colder climate areas. Is there just something different Mike McDaniel's doing?
Yeah, so first of all, he's almost 100% out of the shotgun. So the initial Shanahan system comes from underneath center, the wide zone, the boot off the wide zone, the motioning. But there's also, Shanahan is not over the middle as much as McDaniel is. So that timing with those bang eights, the slants, the short digs, the in routes, all those in routes coming in, where those guys Waddle and those guys run after catch. They didn't do, that's kind of his, Mike McDaniel's he's kind of evolutionized, kind of taking it from a Shanahan and then kind of putting it into his own thing. And he's not much, when you watch the Dolphins offense, there's a ton of first read stuff. So RPOs, it's cover 2 fake, hit it in the hole. There's not as much progression as the original Shanahan offense. So, yeah, the only difference that I see is just that he's taken away some of the progressions, which if you get in rhythm can be really good for a quarterback. But you see what happens when you have to get to the second or third option. They're not very good at it, and that's because it's based on that primary read a lot of times over the middle of the field.
You see how I couldn't just recap the you see how that worked?
Yeah. No, that was good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
By the way, I did the math here. It checks out.
It works. All right, Coach. All right, Nick and I have gotten in a debate over the past couple of days about Dillon Gabriel's Week 7 play, and I honestly, I think the heart of it is just how we perceive him, or really with the expectations that we want on him. I maintain 73% completion percentage, 90 passer rating, top 11 in EPA per play. That's more than good enough for what I need out of Dillon Gabriel in a rainstorm. How did you see what Dillon had? The misses, the goods, the bads, everything in between. How'd you see what he did in Week 7?
Well, he was very efficient, and I will say, because it was in a rainstorm, I listened the last couple of days, and it's been interesting because of the fact I don't think it's more like you said, it's more the outside kind of perspective of how we viewed him. I view him differently than you guys. I think he's a starter in this league. And I will say this though, after 12 quarters, one being over in Europe, one being against a very tough Pittsburgh team that he didn't play well. He also got hammered, so he showed a little bit of toughness. And then in a rainstorm, I just think it's too early to say he can't do it or he can do it. Same with Shedeur. Shedeur hasn't played yet, but to say he's going to be lights out better, I don't see that because of obviously how much time they've played, but you have tackle issues, you have receiver issues. And I get that other quarterbacks have had that. But these are guys, this is where they're at. And for me, I like his efficiency. I like the fact that they won. I will never downplay winning. And I know it's not the only thing, but for me, and as a coach, that's much more important than any stat will ever be. And he's getting them into the right run plays. He's protecting the ball. Now, I think he's at a good step. As he moves forward, he's going to have to get better getting the ball downfield. He's going to have to improve his accuracy over 15 yards, and he's going to have to keep taking those steps. But where he's at right now, I think he's doing a very solid job with lots of room for improvement. But I can't evaluate him until he gets until they get into some normal games and normal weather and other quarterbacks go through that as well. All very fair points. I just think it's too early for either of these guys to kind of say they can't or can't do it. I kind of want to see him play. I've liked what I've seen so far. I would like to see some more downfield stuff, and we'll see how that goes.
Coach, from game 1 to game 3, have you seen development from Dillon, and if so, where?
I would say the number one thing, first of all, what he's had since the start is poise and composure, and he's protected the football. So that can't go underrated. You protect the football in the NFL, you got a chance to win. Now, the thing that has the accuracy has improved a little bit. The thing that scares you a little bit, if you're an anti-Dillon fan or just a guy who you're wondering how good he can be, is he has not progressed very much throwing the ball downfield. Now, I will say that would be on the coordinator last Sunday. If you throw the ball downfield, you're not very smart in that weather, right? So I thought the game plan was very good, whoever's at quarterback. Now, what you need to see moving forward when weather gets better, things like that, is can you stretch the ball downfield? That's his next step. I think he's getting him into the right run reads. I think his fundamentals are very good. I think you see he's better when he's outside the pocket. Along with being inside the pocket, but not throwing it 52 times from the same point. I don't think that's a strength of his. So once again, when you draft these guys, you draft them not for try to fix, necessarily everything they do poorly. You got to draft them on what they do really well, whether it's Shedeur or Dillon. And Dillon's a guy who works best from different launch points. So I think he's, moving well, throwing from different launch points very well. Some of the height concerns have shown up in the pocket, but his next step is stretching the ball downfield and making sure that he can get some chunk plays for this offense, which will also help the defense, special teams, et cetera. So for me, I think the progression's good. I want to see it continue, especially with the shots downfield.
There's a couple guys I've always credited you with. Malik Collins is obviously one. You called out him being awesome, and he's been better than anyone could have advertised. You also really were high on the soup can, Tyson Campbell. When I was not as high on him in that acquisition, you were really high on him. A good game for him. What'd you see out of the corner?
Well, you know what it is? It's the, even though they're in zone, Schwartz's zone, people think zone and man are completely opposite. It's really the scheme, right? So even in zone, Schwartz's zone coverage, when those guys get into their zones, those receivers get into their DB zones, they're very aggressive with man-type techniques. So they don't really play like the umbrella where eyes are in the backfield. That's not a Schwartz-type scheme. So even in zone, they have more man qualities than most teams. Now, what he does really well, he has elite measurements, all those combine stuff. He's long, he runs well, he tackles well. He's got a thick lower body for a DB. He's got really long arms, so he jams very well. He gets in your hip pocket. All those things we talk about, spatial awareness, quick, short area burst, all those, all those ridiculous things I talk about all the time. He has them. So now he's in a scheme where I think he kind of believes it, and he kind of believes in what he's doing. And he has a coordinator, whether, like sometimes I don't like when Miles Harden's on Justin Jefferson, but what that does for a defensive back, it gives them extreme confidence. And if you're a guy who has elite skills, sometimes if your coordinator gives you that confidence, you can kind of see what you're seeing out of him in the first couple weeks. Again, I think it's early and he has some things to prove, but he's played pretty well, in my opinion, first couple weeks.
All right, Coach, how did the O-line grade out on Sunday?
Well, they're better inside. So what they did really well is they picked up a bunch of twists that they have not been picking up very well. And I think more importantly, they went back to the gap scheme. And when you go back to the gap scheme where those guards are pulling and you're getting down blocks, you go from more of a read concept when you're running zone and you got to worry about the flow of the linebackers and all that kind of stuff. And you go into more of an attack mindset where I know my rules, I'm stepping down, I'm blocking that guy, or I'm going to the next level. And when you have that mentality as an offensive lineman, again, it builds confidence. I thought it helped the tackles because they're still struggling in pass protection and they need help. But if you can, kind of maximize what they do well, which is they're aggressive run blockers, all those guys, they're just not very good in pass protection. So it was much better. I think the scheme was much better. They were diverse like we were talking last week. They ran pin and pull, they ran counter, they ran power. They got those guards out in front. All the gap schemes, all 3 touchdowns by Junkins were all gap schemes. And I think that's important moving forward because that'll also set up those boots and waggles that Dylan and Shedeur are pretty good at.
Coach, you made a comment to me off the air on Sunday that you're going to start to look into a little bit more about Schlesinger and see exactly what's been going on over the past couple of weeks. And then he played the game on Sunday. Basically, everyone in the defense looked good, except PFF graded out Schlesinger with one of the worst grades on the Browns defense in and of itself. Now, during the game, you saw he was around the ball, at least in a couple impactful moments. But what have you seen from Carson in a good and also maybe in a negative sense based off of where we were in the first couple weeks and how we've graduated on?
Well, his greatest strength is his instincts. Besides being bigger than I thought he was coming in, I thought he was a skinny kid. He's a big, thick kid, especially his lower body. His instincts are his greatest trait, and they're also hurting him a little bit at the NFL level. So if you look at that first long run on the second drive from the Dolphins, that was on him and Devin Bush. And what ends up happening, especially in those zone things, he's so aggressive that he kind of overruns things. So that's the first thing that he's doing. That'll come with patience and reps, but that's an aggressive mistake. That's what I see out of him the most. And then secondly, which happens with a lot of young linebackers in college, they're able to shed. We call it stack and shed, where those offensive linemen come at you and you hit them and you get rid of them really quick. Well, in college, you could do that pretty well. These are grown men you're doing against. So sometimes when he gets locked in with the offensive lineman, they don't let him go. And again, those are things that'll come with strength and reps and repetition. He's still highly instinctual. He flies around. So as an offense coordinator, you got to prepare for that guy because he is never not at 100%. So that's what's happening, and that happens a lot with young linebackers, just overrunning stuff because they're aggressive, and then just kind of learning that grown men strength up front that those offensive line guys in front of you.
All right, Coach, real quick before we let you go, how much of a chance you given to beat New England this week and make it 2 in a row?
I think, if they stay defensively and they got away from that just the 4 down front they've been running for the first 6 weeks. This week they ran multiple 5-man pressures, sim pressures. They put Miles in different spots. If that defense continues to mix it up like that, I think they give May, even though he's playing very well, he's still a young quarterback. That's your best chance. try to create some turnovers, and then obviously offensively they have to stretch the field down. They have to stretch that football downfield a little bit, and that's going to be because Vrabel is going to take that short passing away from Gabriel. So that'll be the telling tale. Can he stretch the field, and defensively can they trip May up a little bit?
Coach, you're great, buddy. Appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday, and of course we'll look for you on the tailgate this weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk soon.
Thank you so much there. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, Coach Riz. You know the name. You love the work. Great stuff from Coach there. We'll react to what he had to say and the bar for the Browns offense moving forward in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Attorney Tom Merriman. If you get severely injured in a freeway crash or trucking accident,
cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
I think he's a starter in this league. I will say this, though. After 12 quarters, one being over in Europe, one being against a very tough Pittsburgh team that he didn't play well, he also got hammered, so he showed a little bit of toughness. And then in a rainstorm, I just think it's too early to say he can't do it or he can do it. You have tackle issues. You have receiver issues. And I get that other quarterbacks have had that, but these are guys, this is where they're at. And for me, I like his efficiency. I like the fact that they won. I think he's at a good step. As he moves forward, he's going to have to get better getting the ball downfield. He's going to have to improve his accuracy over 15 yards, and he's going to have to keep taking those steps. But where he's at right now, I think he's doing a very solid job with lots of room for improvement. But I can't evaluate him until he gets, until they get into some normal game.
That is Coach Lance Reisland, who joined us in the previous segment. Again, usually joins us on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Today we moved him up a little bit. No John Fan today. We had some travel bugaboos, but John will be back next week as well in the 420 spot. I just think, so when Coach was saying that, something kind of went through, because one of the common responses to our disagreement about Dylan is no matter which part of it they viewed, people say, well, it's only 3 games. Which I do understand. I think that's a valid response and something that I can hear and go, okay, I understand that response on a defensive Dylan or 3 games into Shador or whatever. Mm-hmm. Unless it's really, really bad or really, really good, I understand it's only 3 games.
Yeah.
I think the trick of it, though, is these aren't first-round pick quarterbacks. So you are not beholden to them in the same way if you're the Browns or any team in terms of if you're not seeing what you want to see, okay, throw it away, go on to the next one.
Yeah, and here's where I think they're going to be a little bit more careful than just throw it away. And I agree with you. Like, for the most part, I do agree with you. But if we wake up at the end of the season and they've thrown away a 3rd and a 5th round pick when you needed offensive tackle help, you needed running, or you need all sorts of different receiver help, you needed all sorts of different help on this team, I think that's going to be a poor reflection on Andrew Berry.
Yeah, but I think if Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Harold Fannin Jr., Quinshon Judkins, if you've got 4 guys that look like, oh damn, we got some football players, and another young 1 or 2 guys, Sampson and Aiden Huntington, behind them that look like, potential good football players, I kind of think that's what the analysis should be, not, hey, you threw a couple picks at these quarterbacks, and they weren't proven to be starters this year.
But I think it will be. I think at the end of it, and I am darts at a dartboard. I like the idea of you giving yourself as many chances as you possibly can to get the quarterback spot right. But I do think at the end of it, if you're just so willy-nilly with these guys, but again, I wouldn't have drafted Dylan in the 3rd round anyway, because I didn't think Dylan should be anything more than someone that could start a couple games here and there.
So I just think, coming back to it though, I think when it comes to, like, when will you guys, maybe this is where we can throw it to them, when will you guys be comfortable saying officially, all right, we've gotten 6 of the same games from Dylan?
Maybe that's the number. Maybe the number is 6. I'm not sure. I don't know. I would be dying to find out what people think on that, though.
And to me, it's not even about, does it look exactly the same? It is, I'm looking for growth. All right, I'm looking for things that I go, because you and I both agree, we think there's a ceiling on the talent level. I don't think he's ever going to be the guy that looks like Steve Young out there. That's okay. But, okay, he passed up 2 what felt like obvious touchdowns on Sunday. Against New England, I can't see that same thing happen. No one's going to make 100% right reads. But because they're not first rounders, and here's the thing. Actually, no. I'm going to stick with this. That's what I'm looking for over the next couple weeks. And if you don't get it, I don't think I need 11 games of that to know what I'm looking at. Because just as a young player, you should be seeing obvious progression with Dylan, and certainly once Shador comes in as well.
Jeez, I was just hoping for a reprieve. I was hoping you and Coach Riz could go after a little bit. I think he was trying to bait you too, by the way. When he said Dylan was a starter, he thinks Dylan's a starting quarterback in the NFL. I think he was trying to bait you. I think he wants that confrontation.
I can't do it.
I think he wants it.
He's too nice.
He's incredibly nice.
He's too nice.
Like if anybody, so sometimes people they'll text us or they'll tweet us or something and be like, go after the guest that you have on. It's like, no, they spent 15 minutes of their time and I'm just not going to be a jerk to that person unnecessarily.
Unless it's Daryl.
Well, sometimes we do it. Sometimes, there's different people, right?
Yeah.
Daryl we get to go after because Daryl works with us.
Jason a little bit.
Jason, same thing. Coach works with us. Like, Coach is here every single Sunday. If anybody can go after him, it's this show right here. He's got great respect for you as a radio host, for myself as a radio host.
I have great respect for him as well.
You could go after him.
So here's the thing.
And, by the way, as evidenced by the Shanahan follow-up question, like, he can answer these things in full, great detail. All the man does is eat, sleep, drink football.
Here's what I would say.
I've never met a more football guy in my life than Coach Riz.
I have checked Coach off as a QB homer. So I have resigned myself.
That's not fair because I gave you that card. So I feel bad that I gave you that card.
Well, no, but I mean in a good way. Meaning,
I don't know
he's always going to be the positive side of the spectrum.
I never should have told you that, though. I don't know that you would have got there on your own because
I heard him. I heard him glaze up both Dylan and Shador in the preseason. I think we would have got there.
I don't know that you would have got there. I should have let that one be more mysterious, but it is true. He is. He will not say bad things about quarterbacks. It takes a lot for him to say bad things about quarterbacks.
I don't think that's a bad thing,
but he's got reasons for his defenses, too. It's not as if he just says a defense to say a defense. And in this instance, he genuinely thinks that Dillon Gabriel is a starting NFL quarterback, and I think this would have been the time to go after it and say, hey, Coach, why do you think that?
I don't know my own strength. So you and I are friends for a decade. If we upset each other in the course of it, we can get over that.
Yeah.
I don't want to alienate like the nicest human being that I've met.
I'm telling you right now, just for future reference, there is no way. I've spent enough time around him now.
All right.
I think he welcomes it.
Coach,
I think he wants it.
Coach, next Tuesday, 6 p.m., it's your ass. 216-474-0092. What's the right amount of starts? Because one of the big rebuttals we've had when we talked about Dylan this week has been it's not enough starts. It's too early to have observations, which really isn't what we do with first-rounders, and somehow we're doing it with third-rounders. Eric in North Royalton, what's the right amount of starts before we can really start to consider what we're seeing with Dillon Gabriel?
Well, I'm not sure that there is a specific number where everyone's going to be satisfied, but I was more curious because I forget which one of you guys said it, but you said both of you agree that Dillon has this ceiling of kind of he's not going to be anything like amazing. What makes you guys say that so confidently? Because the second you said that, I thought of like Peyton Manning's rookie year and what his ceiling ended up being.
A lot of it's physical traits. He is vastly undersized. I think they call him 5'11". There's not a shot in hell he's 5'11".
I stood next to him. He's got to be 5'8".
So he's vastly undersized.
That's not being mean. That's just being truthful.
He's a little athletic, but not like he doesn't have an elite trait. Maybe that's the better way to put it. So he's undersized. He doesn't have an elite physical trait, and we've heard a lot about his processing skills, which is part of the conversation. Why I pointed out earlier today the 5 missed plays from Sunday's game. Does that answer?
Yeah, I feel like his processing skills would be like his mind is that elite trait that he has. But I remember you guys have been saying this, that it just takes time to get that processing up to an NFL level. Like, yeah, you could be processing all you want in college, but no matter how good you are, it's going to be a huge adjustment getting into the NFL. But to get back to the number of games question, it may not be this year even. I mean, it could be next year where we see that growth where everyone's fully satisfied with it and there's no more ifs or buts,
So with that, Eric, and I think that, by the way, I think what you're saying, that is a fair point.
Wait, so is he making the suggestion that Dillon would be the starter next year?
No, I think what he's saying is you might not see the jump till next year, at which point you're still bringing in another quarterback, and then Dillon's going to have to play his way into the starting. I think that would be my rebuttal.
There are people out there that believe that Dillon will start the rest of this season, and then you draft a quarterback, and then kind of like how Jacoby Brissett started before Drake May could start, you'd have a situation like that. It's not how I see it happening. I hope it doesn't happen that way, but that's how some people see it. I wondered if the caller was getting at that.
216-474-0092. How many starts do you need to be able to truly have a strong feel on Dillon Gabriel and certainly after him, Shador Sanders? And when it comes to it, we need to learn this in Cleveland after the tanking. Winning is good. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Katie Pollock.
The final word on last week's game. And get ready for the week ahead in Berea. The Cleveland Browns Preview Show. Wednesday night at 7. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Touchdown!
92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Take The Fan with you. Also, listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. As always, guys, follow along in the chat on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Mac was actually telling me today. So today's Mac's off day because he also works with us on the weekends here. And Mac had to tell me, we were all trying to learn the lingo of now being on YouTube. I have to tell people, don't forget to ring that bell. When you're on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, don't forget to ring that bell.
Ring the subscribe button?
No. It's the notifications. So there's
the notifications.
There's you're subscribing, or rather following 92.3 The Fan.
I always get like the subscribe and like below. I get that thing that pops up when anytime I watch YouTube videos. It's kind of what they do. They're like subscribe and like. I don't know the ring button.
We had a
ring bell.
No. Ring that bell.
Ring that bell.
That
sounds kind of lame.
Jax, can you weigh in on this?
Yeah, but nobody ever does it.
Nobody ever does it. That's what I'm saying. I watch so many YouTube channels. I love, and this is not just because we're on YouTube, take that for whatever that's worth, my golf videos. Jax, you know this.
Every single golf
So you
YouTube
ring the bell
video.
with that?
They never say ring the bell. They're
Okay.
always
They do. They always do.
Ring the bell?
Yeah.
Maybe Bob Does Sports
hit
does.
that bell.
Bob Does Sports does, but the Bryan Bros, for instance, they're always about hit the like and subscribe.
Well, I think they squeeze a bell in there.
Hit the like,
maybe I just
hit the
missed it.
subscribe, and don't forget to ring that bell.
So what does ringing the bell do?
Why are you laughing? Listen, I'm an old man. I'm your elder. If I'm not using the proper vernacular, which I didn't like the way I said that either, using the word vernacular, if I'm not using the hip lingo to get the kids to ring that bell, you got to tell us. We're not going to know.
I just never thought I'd hear you say those words.
So I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, it is.
You are 40 now.
So I was listening to Tracy Letts, who's like a big playwright, actor. He played whichever Ford descendant was in Ford versus Ferrari, where he ends up crying after Matt Damon drives him around the new car that they designed.
I saw that movie with Adam the Bull in theaters, by the way.
I love that movie.
He loved that movie, and I was like, I liked it. It was fine.
You got to rewatch it. It's even better the 17th time you watch it.
I psyched myself out in the theater. I remember that. It was not
that happens. Yeah. I've definitely been there. But he was talking about how he was playing a general in the new movie, this new movie he's in, the Catherine Bigelow movie, and he's like, it's like a whole different, language that you're trying to learn, and so 3 takes into the first day on the set, a PA came over and asked him hey Tracy, the director wants to know why you keep looking down. And he just responded, he's like, I'm reading my lines. He put the lines on the thing because he just couldn't remember the general jargon. That's us. But with I
love that you tell that story, though, because it's I was seeing this interview with Jeremy Strong, because I like Succession.
Yeah.
And he's going deep into how he gets into his processes and all the different research he does. And he was talking about an upcoming film, and he's just so, it's just funny to me how there's people like that just take it so extreme and so serious. And then there's also people like the guy you described. He's like, I'm just gonna put this right here and read off of it.
So my favorite thing about that is on that same line, the interviewer was like, so what do you do research wise? He's like, I don't do research. He goes, I put on a costume and pretend real hard.
Yes,
and I was
love that.
Yes. And by the way, he's a ridiculously good actor.
It's so funny because some people in life just take things, and I'm probably one of these people when it comes to this. I just take it, I'm just very intense and very serious about it all when it comes to the prep work and what goes into it. And then there's other people that it just isn't that way. And I love the dynamics between the two.
I wish I could be the first one. I wish
the second. I think we're both that way. Yeah. I think because we both over prep, we both do all that.
We burn ourselves out sometimes.
I think we both kill to be the second person.
Yes.
We just also know that it would suck if we were the second person.
It's wild that in every frame of life, I'm the second person. I am always in the moment. I'm working so hard to always be in the moment. Be where your feet are. I've really learned these lessons, and then it comes to work, and it's like I should probably work 75 hours this week while hosting 25 live hours of content a week.
Well, I think it goes back to there's probably one show you did, I don't know, maybe like in the first couple years that you were hosting, and you went one time, you're like, can I see if I can get away with this? And you had no prep, no anything, and you just rolled up and went for it, and it probably sucked.
No, you know,
and from that point forward, you're like, I'm a workhorse. I got to work at this.
You know how I know I never did that is I started having a panic attack in my head when you were saying that. Because even going back to the thing I've learned to let the ropes go a little bit now. I used to be the quintessential. I prepped so much I sounded like crap. Because I would try and get so much in instead of just enjoying the conversation, enjoying what we're talking about. I would try to fit 12 pieces of, a stat into a single conversation or a single segment. And now I've learned like one's good. One stat's good. You get the right stat, it'll unlock everything for you.
But again, that all varies. It's a preference thing. So you went to lunch with Mac on his off day?
Yeah, I did. It was very nice. Yeah.
Why didn't you guys do this on a day that he works?
Well, no, because I don't know. This one just... Well, actually, no, I do know. I actually do know.
It's going to seem like sensible to me.
A week ago, he was at this restaurant we went to today in Valley View, and I said...
I kept talking about that restaurant.
And so we were going back, because he sent me a picture of the food last week, and I was like, oh, let's go there, because me and him tend to get... every couple months, every couple weeks, whatever. Not every couple weeks, every couple months, maybe every 6 months, we'll get like lunch together. And we hadn't done it forever. So he was like, well, what about next Tuesday? And I was like, cool. And I was like, that's your off day. And then I didn't think anything
And
further.
he said, I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah. I realized.
Only reason why they did it on Tuesday.
That's true. He was just calling me that.
Did you pick up the bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the expectation.
Bull
there.
used to do that for me. Les used to do that for me all the time. That's the right thing to do.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think in those moments, I think that's the only move. Now, did he go heavier with the item ordering because of that?
No.
Or did you do that to compensate? Like when I'm in those situations, I'll do the pancakes for the table and then just make it and just like make sure there's more than enough, and then we don't even go down that road.
No. I actually ordered the more expensive thing. I had steak and eggs. It's delicious. My kids don't like steak and eggs.
I didn't know people didn't like steak and eggs.
My kids love steak.
Yeah.
They just don't want it with their eggs.
They just don't want it for breakfast or what?
Steak to them is a 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening thing. It's not, and I think that's crazy.
I don't know. I'm starting to fall into the idea that we had such constructs of like breakfast needs to be like there's a breakfast food, there's lunch food, there's dinner food. I think is all fugazi. We've gone our whole life thinking that some foods need to be in certain spots of the day.
Would agree.
And I think it's just kind of ridiculous. Like some of my favorite times are eating breakfast foods for dinner or having like steak. To me, steak's a dinner. But like for years, there are people like Atkins diet. You just have steak for breakfast. It was what it was. But I just think you can have food whenever you need to have food.
I am raging against the machine right there with you. Now, I think Phelps is raging against the machine in the wrong damn direction.
He just wants to watch the world burn.
He does. I want to say, if you get a chance on the Odyssey app, Baskin Phelps had a great conversation today about winning, losing, draft position, and all this. And Jeff made this point about what happens if you're out of the playoff race.
I hate it when a team kind of is out of playoff contention and then continues to win games.
What are you talking about?
The Browns aren't there yet.
It saved Eric Mangini's job here.
Yeah, for how long, and what did that do for anybody other than Eric and the Mangini family?
Hey, they had a good night last night.
Well, that's
the brother-in-law.
It's
or
just
brother,
this.
brother and brother-in-law go to World Series for the first.
If you're out of the playoff race, it does you no good as an NFL team to win games. None. Andy, I'm just looking at it from a team-building standpoint. And I know you want to create the culture and blah, 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 blah. You want to add as much good young talent to your team as you can.
All right. Yes, you do. And you can find good talent at any point in the draft. Like, I think the Browns and Dolphins, the two teams who've tanked harder than anybody else in the last decade in the NFL, neither of them have an AFC title berth. Neither of them have a definitive franchise quarterback. Between the two of them, there's two definitive holy crap franchise players that they drafted, and they're both Browns, and they're Myles Garrett and they're Denzel Ward. I think they have proven that tanking does not give you any better chance of succeeding. And to watch one of my great heroes in contentment, Jeff Phelps, say blah, 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 blah. When extra wins do you no good, I firmly disagree. I will no longer support tanking or losing on purpose unless it's like a Week 18 situation.
It's just not enjoyable. I'm in the enjoyment business at this point. I think there is a part of me that used to agree with what Jeff had to say, and I think if I were to do a radio hit in another city, and let's say I'm going on I'm talking to New England people this week, and I'm going on there and I'd be like, you have to win. At some point, winning becomes something that you either know how to do or you don't know how to do, and they've lost too many times. I think I would listen to that, and I might even eye roll. But at this point in life, you have to find ways to win games, and you have to learn how to unlock the way to win games.
So it
just matters.
This might end up being a pretty convoluted way to look at this. So I hope this doesn't end up on some of the explanations where I put a hat on a hat. I don't know that, let's say, if you could have lost, you could have won only 3 games, but you tried your hardest and you won 6 games, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which might be where they end up this year.
And I think we're getting into that realm, right? I don't know that it gives you a better winning culture because so many people are trying to win in the NFL. I'm pretty certain that once you open the door on losing, that you do open the door to losing culture, and it's really hard to get that out of your organization no matter how hard you try. So just trying to win more doesn't necessarily build winning culture, but what it does not permit is losing culture and losing to emanate, and losing is a cancer that can just overtake an organization like it has in Cleveland.
I know, but we're running towards the culture pills Ross Tucker discussion here now, and I this is the part that I think about it, and I'm like, it's tough for me because like Dan Campbell was 4-19-1, and then all of a sudden he wasn't, and when he started to not be 4-19-1, and he flipped the script, then instantaneously they were off to the races and running.
Yeah, but they weren't trying to lose. They weren't tanking. Detroit was just bad. They just didn't have enough talent.
And I don't think the Browns necessarily are tanking. I don't think they're bad either.
But I think what Phelps is saying is, okay, you're out of the playoff race. Don't try and win. That is tanking.
You're going up against too many teams, though, that are in theory attempting to tank. Though that's the other hang up on this. Like when you take on the Jets, for instance, you heard what the owner had to say today. Like that's not a team trying to win games. We have the Raiders. We have all sorts of teams on the schedule that aren't necessarily trying to win. It's going to be a tank off situation if that's the case.
I just think when I hear Jeff say, winning does you no good. You just have to get talent. Pittsburgh has not tanked a single time. Or even like a Week 18 situation. Well, we're not going to the playoffs, so we're not going to try and win. We're going to sit our starters.
I just think you should try to win every single game, every single season.
Yes.
That's just kind of where I'm at now at this point.
Yeah.
I've done enough of it. This isn't baseball. This isn't even basketball to a degree. It's just different.
Well, but here's why it matters. Myles Garrett was taken 1. You were tanking. T.J. Watt was taken 30th. They have almost identical numbers through the first 7 years of their career. I think Myles is the better player, but you can get elite production at any point in the first round.
J.J. Watt was pick 11 himself.
It's called just draft well. And I think that's like the Browns have fumbled the draft pick at 25. Greg Newsome.
That's why tanking teams prefer what their ideology attached to it is because if you have the number 1, number 2, number 3 overall pick, it's the guessing game isn't there. There's not a do we think Myles Garrett or do we think this person's going to be? It's like, no, it's obvious. You take Myles Garrett at number 1. It almost lets them off the hook because they're not so good at their job.
It was obvious at Trent Richardson. He was the number 3 pick, and he ended up being 3 years in the NFL and done.
I mean, we have a lot of examples of one way or the other, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to try to find T.J. Watt at 20th instead of Myles Garrett at 1, that takes a lot more work. That takes a lot more actually being good at your job. John Dorsey can do that. There's a lot of people that don't believe Andrew Berry can.
I just think, and I think you're where I am with this, I'm not lowering the bar anymore. This is part of why I'm being critical of Dylan. I'm not softening the blow. This is a NFL franchise. You're no longer the guys that went 1-31. Like, be a franchise. I want to see a starting quarterback. I want to see starting talent, whether you pick 1, 5, 10. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger was better than Phillip Rivers, and he was taken 7 picks later.
Hey, listen,
you can find good players on any given year.
The biggest thing against last year was that I didn't think until the final 3 games they threw DTR out there that they weren't trying to win games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they genuinely were trying the whole entire, until DTR came out for the final 3 games of the season, they were trying to win those games. When Jameis Winston was starting at quarterback, there was no part of them that was waving the white flag. And even in like that Denver game, they put up 1 million points. Like, they were trying to win those games. And I would imagine they're going to try to win these games as well.
I think that's why last year upset me as much as it did.
So too. Yeah.
That you were 3-14 and you were trying your damnedest to not be 3-14. Jeff Phelps says, if you're out of the playoff race, wins do you no good. They're not out of the playoff race yet, but do you agree with that sentiment? And I have a new goal. All right? 3-win Wilson has a new goal for the Browns, and I think it's totally attainable from here. And this would secure Kevin Stefanski another year in Cleveland. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
AT&T on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability, as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 1 hour's time with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. And we were just having the conversation based off what Jeff Phelps said, where he said, if you're out of the playoff race, wins do you no good. And the truth is, if we're talking week 18, I get it. I understand the business decision happens. Last year, it was, I want to say, week 16, where business decisions happened. I'm going forward. It's week 18 or bust. That is the only week that I will accept, as I see a lot of championship teams rest talent that week in order to get ready for the playoffs and healthy for the playoffs. Anything before that, to me, is, I'm sorry, that's fostering a losing environment. Winning and fostering a winning culture is really, really hard in the NFL because so many teams are trying to do it. So I don't think it takes much to foster and maintain a losing environment and a losing mentality.
I agree with you on this. The majority of it, which is, again, surprising because 10 years ago I would have had an opposite thought process on this.
Right here.
And I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten older and I just think sports should be fun and I want to see my team try to win, and maybe that's really the heart of it. Even if I understand, yes, the better draft pick is ultimately better, I think going through 7 weeks of just laying down and dying in favor of that is just not an enjoyable time to me. I don't like that. But I do wonder if the situation changes if you know with certainty, and we won't know for this year with certainty anything, but if you know with certainty your head coach and your GM is just gone, fired off into the sun, if you really have to worry about the culture and everything else that accompanies that, if you're hiring a brand new coach, brand new GM.
I think it is a very fair point. I would still say try and win as many games as you can. Because then, honestly, I think if you give that coach and that GM every ounce of your support until you fire them, meaning you do all the fake stuff in the media where people actually believe you when you say, these are my guys, we got decisions to make at the end of the season, we're trying to win right now. If you continue to push that as an owner, I think it makes it easier for the next guy to walk in instead of a complete dumpster fire, maybe only part of a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. Like if you're a Dolphins fan right now, I'm trying to figure out what would be best for you if Mike McDaniel's obviously gone and if it feels like they're going to clean house. Will the new head coach, new GM, new everything there just be able to kind of pick up the pieces and start fresh and start anew? Their message probably still will hit if their message is good enough anyway.
So I think the only way you get rid of a coach, like with Callahan, it was apparent the Titans players had already stopped listening to Brian Callahan. Mike McDaniel's actively getting in the way of winning with his sad puppy routine.
The dumb thing about that, just really quickly, so I listen to Aditi on Wednesdays, the Aditi Wednesdays on 93.7. I like that. And one point she made last week was the idea that when she was around the Titans this season, the couple times she's been around them, she's been impressed with the idea that during the games, everyone has been from Cam Ward all the way down. They might have quit on Callahan, but they didn't seem like they were quitting in any bit of those moments. I just thought it was interesting because Aditi, she didn't have to say that. You know what I mean? She doesn't have gone out of her way to be like, Titans players were getting up, they were getting excited, they were in these games despite just having one win.
I think I have the way, though, because we're all debating. Kevin Stefanski, is the seat hot? That conversation simmered a little bit because you won yesterday.
It definitely did simmer a little bit.
I think I have a very attainable goal that if you hit this the rest of the season,
okay,
I will not. I'm saying it right now, etched in stone, unless the last 4 games of the season are losses, which I should add this in. If you go 4-6 from here in your final 10 games, I think you can count that as a success. If you started 1-5 in your final 11 games, you win 5-6. I don't think it's incredibly obtainable, but I do think between the Jets and Titans and Raiders, that's 3 of the 4 wins you need already.
Yeah,
so you just basically need to sneak one more.
And so I almost wonder if we should just be giving the Browns wins in these equations, which I think is the most dangerous thing we can do. But I don't see a scenario where they lose to the Jets. I don't see a scenario where they lose to the Raiders. I have a hard time seeing a scenario where they lose to the Titans. And then if you win Week 18 against the Bengals, does that count?
Yes. If you get to 6 wins from here,
we don't care how it looks in any sort of way. If there's an asterisk attached to it or anything.
The only way that I'll change my thing here is if you won like the next 4 games and then you lost the final 6. The only thing you really have to avoid here is an embarrassing collapse beyond the final 2 games of the season. If you lose 3 straight in embarrassing fashion, that's going to be a sign that people gave up, or 3 or more games, I should say. You just lose the last 2 games, that's fine. But you go 4-6 from here. 6 wins from starting 1-5 would be a significant accomplishment, knowing you're evaluating quarterbacks. And as of right now, I don't even think you have a mediocre offense.
I mean, I look at, there's going to be a game that surprises us. Like them beating the Packers was not a game that people thought that they would win. There's going to be a game that surprises us. And there might be a game in the other direction that surprises us too. All right, so 6 wins is your number, which would hit the exact total that I think like 80% of the media put on this team to begin with anyway.
Mm-hmm. Until they talk to any former Browns quarterback, at which point, upped it a little bit. You have to.
That was only Ken.
I talked to Bill Nielsen. And Bill Nelson, too. Even.
Coach Riz had 8 wins, right? Because I remember at one point, because I had 6 wins on there, and I remember at one point it was like the discussion was, is that just the obvious pick? Is it just too obvious to pick 6? It would be funny at the end of this if it ends up being 6.
Maybe it's Grilling California. I don't know. Weird handle, bro.
I think California grills itself anyway. We need to avoid that.
But it's called global warming, which may or may not exist.
Look at these fires, man. I watched a whole documentary about these the firefighters in California that are actually prisoners that they let them be firefighters as a way to.
Isn't that a bad CBS show?
No,
Isn't that Fire Country?
That I don't know. If that's the plot to Fire Country, then first time hearing of it. No, but it's like they're doing like a great thing. Right? They're giving all of these prisoners hope, and then they leave prison with this like actual job that they've established. But they're fighting fires. It's very dangerous.
But Grilling maybe it's Grilling like how Boston people can't say Carl. Anyway, saying win more games and don't draft Garrett.
To do Boston accents, by the way.
Or the Cavs win more games and don't get LeBron. I agree with Jeff. This is like people saying winning preseason game help. They're regular season games. They count. And by the way, the Cavs were... No. I don't think the Cavs tanking for LeBron when they were probably going to move if they didn't get anything done in the next 10 years, where they were moribund in this town. I don't think that's the same situation as the Browns.
Would your energy towards this conversation change if, let's say, Arch Manning was awesome and Arch Manning was coming out? Like if we had an Andrew Luck, if we had a Peyton Manning, it might change for me if there was a definitive 1 of 1 that was just hanging out there in the balance, and if the Browns had been able to secure the number 1 overall pick, then we would be able to get that quarterback. I think I might have a different tune.
I can't do it anymore.
That one doesn't exist right now.
I can't do it anymore. Andrew Luck was a generational quarterback, had 3 great years, and then got beat to crap because his team couldn't draft for crap. Trevor Lawrence, generational quarterback. Most of the NFL still doesn't think he's any good. It's not that having the number 1 pick doesn't give you the best chance to get a Joe Burrow. It's that it's not that you
I think that's my only exception here, though. Like, and again, I'm not talking like a Cam Ward taking it number 1 overall. I'm talking like the Peyton Manning type.
So definitely not like a Caleb Williams.
Caleb probably would have qualified into what I'm discussing, though, for being truthful about it. He probably would have. And in that scenario, even if you missed on Caleb, then you ended up getting on Jaden Daniels or you got on Drake May. You were in the right space. I think that's the only exception I would have to this, is that if you were playing for that, and it doesn't appear, Nick, as of right now, that exists in this NFL draft.
The Bears had the number 1 pick 2 straight years, and they either would have picked Bryce Young or Caleb Williams. I don't know how you can tell me losing at that level is worth that. Because, by the way, LeBron, that's a once-in-a-generational player. Miles even. Like, you can say Miles is once in a generation. There's a guy with the same stats taken 29 picks later. It's not that I don't love watching Miles. It is... I don't think tanking was worth... I don't think going through 1-31 was worth Miles. And then losing the way you've lost, what is it, 5 out of the 7 years you've had him.
I think it would be for me if it was one of these extremely talented, ultra one-of-one type quarterbacks. That would be worth the painstaking attempt of it all in order to then potentially come out on the other end. Because getting the quarterback just matters so much.
Josh Allen was QB3,
and there's
Mahomes was QB2.
But you have to be able to identify and pick these guys out, and you also have to be able to have the environment to then get them to the spot that they need to be.
You can also trade up and get them. That's what Kansas City did with Mahomes.
But sometimes
that's what Buffalo did with Josh Allen.
But sometimes it's as obvious as Joe Burrow went 1-of-1, and it's changed the Bengals' course forever. In a massively positive way.
Yeah, but think about it. And let's go to the obvious players here. Caleb Williams, obvious. I don't know anything's obvious about them yet, even though they've had a nice start to the season. Oh my gosh, Bryce Young was obvious over C.J. Stroud. Even though he wasn't,
he was obvious over C.J. Stroud, but he's not the player I'm talking about.
But Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence
obvious.
was. Trevor Lawrence was. And again, I'm talking about Joe Burrow too. Got to throw Joe in there.
Well, yeah, but I think my point is 1 out of every 5 times it might be Joe Burrow. 4 of the other 5 times it's one of the other guys who ends up being okay.
I'm talking about like 6 guys in the previous 25 years. I'm talking about Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence does fall in there. I think Caleb Williams falls in there. And I think Joe Burrow falls in there. That's 5 guys in the previous 25 years. Like, it is a very tiny number of players that I'm willing to say, let's do this for. And I think if you fail them, I think you can look at it in a lot of different ways. I think I'd say environment and geez, you're never going to get it right if you fail with some of these guys that we're talking about. That's like Jacksonville giving Urban Meyer the first-year crack with Trevor. Like, what are you even doing there?
That was still funny.
But I could do 8 straight losses of you laying down and dying, you being a zombie out there on the field, if it means that you're giving me one of those type players. But I think that might be the only time that I fall in line with that. But yes, that would be the time.
216-474-0092. I'm lost a little bit with Jeff Phelps. What's the goal over the final 10 games? I had 11 games here. My math was bad. I really do think 6 wins enough from here. If you had said if 6 wins enough before the season, it would have said, well, it depends on what it looks like. Now, from here, where you started 1-5.
You were right with 10.
I know I said 11 on the sheet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
My math is bad.
Okay.
I also initially had it written down as 4 and 7 in my notes.
Myself. I'm like, you were right the entire time. What are you talking about?
I said it right on air. I did not say it right on the sheet here. But if you go 4-6 over the final 10 games, I think at some point you had to have stumbled onto something with the quarterback, or at the very least you would have stumbled onto an identity. And I think that means Kevin Stefanski kept the team engaged. That means you didn't lose anybody in that locker room to a significant degree.
Oh, did you stumble on an identity, or did you just beat the Jets, the Raiders, the Titans, and then a Week 18 game against the Bengals?
Well, by the way, what if it's not the Bengals? What if it's the Ravens? What if it's actually a good win?
I need to be some of those. Or not maybe some of those, maybe just one of those.
I think 6 wins from here is a real accomplishment because this offense, if this offense does this over the first 6 weeks, 7 weeks, damn it, it's going to be a struggle to get 4 wins.
I think you potentially have 3 easy layups, and depending what happens Week 18 against Cincinnati, it might be 4.
Big, I don't even know what the hell that is, on YouTube saying, both y'all clowns. We're saying opposite things.
Well, and
or maybe
we're just trying to help Matt. I say we're just trying to help out Matt.
Yeah,
he's tuning in on his off day. He's scared of clowns. If we just go into clown behavior, maybe it'll help him.
Yeah, Big and Brown 216. You just a fan of clownitudes? We're not judging here. Well, that's not the show that does this. There's certain show
I am
here.
watching the John Wayne Gacy series right now, so clowns aren't. It's not the greatest thing in the world at the moment.
Yeah. Well, but why is that talk to me about Yerpel the clown. Talk to me about
Bozo.
Bozo the clown. That was a good poll.
All-time great clown.
Ronald McDonald. Great clown.
Yeah, they phased out Ronald McDonald.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, the Ronald McDonald Foundation.
The charity used so much money, but then they just phased him out.
And they finally made him not look problematic like he did in the 60s. Tell you. Get your you-know-what together, McDonald's. 216-474-0092. What's the goal of the final 10 games of the season? And 1 NFL Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, has something big to say about Dillon Gabriel. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here. And listen, skip the sticker shock, skip the stress, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Rec. It's that simple, because you're going to be able to
Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Albert Breer coming up in about 40 minutes' time. We'll talk. Did I say we'll talk? That wasn't great. We'll talk with Albert about Dillon Gabriel and the support he has here in Cleveland, whether maybe the Browns have seen some growth from Dillon. We'll also talk. He had an interesting point about NFL owners listening into the headset and said he knows that a few NFL owners actually do listen in and can listen into the headset for their coaches in suites during home games. Wondering if we can play a process of elimination there. I will say, you and I talked yesterday about my love of scaring my wife and children.
Yeah, and how I just told you not to do that to me.
Yeah, which I have not. Let the record reflect.
Did you scare Mac at lunch?
I did not.
What I really give him the scare is be like, this one's on you now, buddy, and slide the check across the table.
I thought you meant the clownitude.
No. Actually, no. Again, this is not a bad thing. The clownitude's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, I got a treat for you in the car, Mac. Why don't you go outside?
He'd be the happiest guy for like 24 hours.
Well, I was thinking like 30 seconds.
Okay.
But either way.
Well, I meant the residual effects afterwards. But speaking of residual effects, I was thinking of that when I was at the top of the steps. The girls were supposed to be in their room. Their doors were open. They're kind of screwing around. And our house, we're still in the middle of renovating our house that we got. It's a beautiful farmhouse, but the previous ownership did some weird stuff to it. So the upstairs is the hallway is painted black, jet black, and the ceiling. So it's all jet black. So at night, it's incredibly dark, which I took to my advantage, and I stood behind the wall of the bathroom door, and I waited because I was hearing them chat back and forth. And you gotta understand, and I'm saying this because it's gonna hopefully make people think I'm the less worse father when you hear the payoff. So I'd been asking them for like 15 minutes. I've been saying it's time for bed, guys. Quit the chit chat. You got to go to bed. It's getting late. You guys get tired, so on and so forth. Okay, Dad, not listening. So I sat there, and Vanessa had closed the door on me because I was a smart ass to her. And so she kind of closed the door in my face, and I saw an opportunity. And so I heard my Sophia's voice getting louder, which I just thought meant she was going to her door. What I did not realize is she was walking out of her sister's room as I was stepping into the hall. And I did just do the, ah!
Yeah.
To say that I scared the soul out of this child would not even be accurate. It's impossible to speak to the depths that I shattered this child's world. She shot into her room as a Olympic sprinter would out of the break, screaming because she didn't know it was me, and was hysterical, scratched her back on the door, and then just in a pile, basically caused a nervous breakdown. And then she walked into Vanessa, who of course was not happy. And she let me know it. And then Izzy came down the hall calling me a jerk, which was fair.
She called you a jerk?
She did.
That's very funny.
She did.
I actually love the idea of that.
She's very protective of her sister, and it's very sweet.
You jerk. That's kind of cute.
And it's swinging at me like, how dare. And I mean, Sophia was inconsolable for like 5 minutes as I'm just like, it was fun with the scaring and the, damn near had to sleep on the couch last night. Then I'm walking Sophie to her room, babying the crap out of her. I am very sorry.
Yeah, at that point.
Because this one's going to cost me some.
Was she doing the thing where she's like crying and being like, but it's not, it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny, Dad.
No, yeah, still pissed about 10 minutes later. And then Izzy won't stop saying, okay, now scare me. I was like, drop it, kid. You're making it worse. Because then
now you got to scare her tonight, though.
Every time she would say, now you got to scare me, I'd be like, it would make Sophia cry harder.
Well, but it also doesn't work that way. It's not like now scare me, and then you do the rar voice, and then all of a sudden that's it. It doesn't work that way.
No.
You got to sneak attack.
How it would have worked is I would have waited for them to go into their rooms, and then I just would have, until everything was quiet, and they would have pounded on the door like a gorilla, and then I would have had the same thing repeat. So what I'm saying is, I got mine. I deserve that. I thought it was a funny bit. Turns out, just a bad father bit.
You're like Sully from Monsters Inc. Basically, your ability to scare is top notch.
Voiced by John Goodman. I'll accept it. Now,
I've watched every kids movie a million times over at this point.
We're talking about Forky early in the break. That's when you know.
Yeah, I've changed my Toy Story rankings. That's how we've come to be. I've seen every version of Toy Story now 37 times.
All right, what are your rankings, real quick?
Very
Not power
simple.
rankings, different bit, different show.
Toy Story 1 is still the best, and no one can touch that. Toy Story 3 always gets wrapped on in a bad way. Once you watch it 30 times, you appreciate it in a way that other people don't. Then it goes Toy Story 4, and then Toy Story 2 is the worst of them all, but it's still a good one. I love Toy Story. My kid loves Toy Story.
It's an awful take.
No. It's an awful take for people that have seen it once or twice. You have to watch these movies 30, 35 times each, the way that I now have in the previous month
adult,
or so.
You watched them as a child. So what would your rankings
There is not
be
a
real quick
person
there?
out there that thinks Toy Story 4 or 3 deserve anywhere near the top.
Toy Story 4 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
No, there's so much genius
That's
in it.
because you were an adult when you saw it, Jax.
You don't even appreciate Duke
Toy Story
Canada
2 is the best.
the way that I appreciate it. No, Toy Story 2 is the worst of them all.
It's the best one.
I'm not going to do this debate with you right now. I'll do it off the air. I'm not going to do this debate with you right now, but it's the worst of the bunch.
Here's the
It's
thing.
not even close. And there's so much that's beautiful about Toy Story 3 that you have to watch 37 times in order to
Toy Story 3 is
appreciate.
good.
TS1, TS3, TS2, TS4. You're both a little bit right. You're right that Toy Story 4 is the worst.
One is goated. It's not even close.
Yeah.
There's a lot about 4 that's really great, though. You just have to watch it 37 times.
I'd rather not. Now,
Yes, I Canada.
speaking of things I'd rather not watch or listen to 37 times, Terry Bradshaw. I actually missed this on
I thought
CBS.
I was done with Terry Bradshaw.
No, he's still alive. But Terry Bradshaw, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I missed this as they transitioned to the Browns game, this prop-up of Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel, a young left-handed quarterback rookie. I like him a lot. I think he's going to be a star in the league.
All right. I don't mind if...
Wait, where? I really thought he was off TV. That was on like the actual main broadcast?
Yeah.
I thought he was just completely... I saw
Did
the quote.
you kill him off?
I saw the quote that was going on. I thought Bradshaw decided to step away. I hadn't seen him on my TV.
So you
at all
thought it
this
was
year.
on like the 93.7 station?
Well, you know how in the off season he was doing like radio hits in Arkansas.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was on one of those because there's some random station in Arkansas that Terry Bradshaw just goes on weekly for whatever reason.
I don't mind if you're like Coach Riz. Lance Reisland joined us at 3:20 today. Usually joins us Tuesdays at 6:20. I don't mind if you say, I think Dylan Gabriel's a starter. I don't see it, but I also understand it's early. Maybe there are quarterbacks out there who I don't look at as starters like Brock Purdy. There's very few moments where I'm like, guy's a starter. Get it. I don't understand using the word star to Dylan Gabriel. At some point, you have to be fair to the kid. I don't know what he watched where he saw star. Maybe it's just the old Pittsburgh ties coming through, but I thought Terry didn't like the Steelers that much.
I don't know where he got it either, but apparently this weekend he also referred to Swift on the Bears as Deonde. Are
we doing that? Are we doing the Corso thing with Terry?
Yes, we are.
Because I'm still treating him like an equal where I say, that's a wild take. You need to explain yourself.
I think Terry's family, somebody needs to step in and say, Terry, you need to not be doing this anymore.
I don't think that's how you said it with Coach Corso.
I thought somebody had done this.
You said somebody needed to pull Lee Corso off.
Yes, and somebody in Terry's family needs to take him off of these airwaves. In the same little momentary time that he was on the air, he said that Brad Pitt should play him in a biopic.
Well, that's a joke.
Like he was on a heater this weekend, apparently. How am I missing all this Bradshaw content?
Okay, here's the thing: the Brad Pitt thing's clearly a bit. The Deonde thing, that's he just butchered a name, which we've all done. The Dylan Gabriel thing's the worst take.
I can't say Quinshon Judkins.
Quinshon Judkins. I would get, like, occasionally I get real French with the Quinshon. I'm like, Quinshon. I get that. Judkins, I do not get it. Sorry. Terry Bradshaw, the only take that really drove me crazy was the Dylan Gabriel thing. That's not fair.
I just think he needs to not be doing this anymore. Because it was like Terry.
How many old bones like legends are you going to take down?
I think I'm on a mission to take down all of them at this point.
Does that make you an ageist?
No. Although I do have certain thoughts about it. Well, we could do that another day. Can we have my 86-year-old Grandpa Tom come in and you say it to his face? Say it with your chest? We are not an ageist in any sort of way. We appreciate people that age gracefully, but we also appreciate people that age with awareness. And the problem here is that Terry Bradshaw has not had a cogent football thought, like Lee Corso, in a long time. And when you don't have the awareness attached to yourself to understand that you're not even watching the games that you're supposed to be talking about, and you can no longer tell what's happening on the field, you maybe need to hang it up. Maybe call it a day. I'm perfectly fine with the 85-year-old that still is like sharp and still has it and understands. I'm so scared in life of being that person that's like 80, 85 years old and just does not understand that I don't have my fastball or anything close to it anymore. You got to have awareness. You got to have awareness. Bradshaw lacks awareness. Corso lacked awareness. And
any other old people you'd like to just say? Sorry, older people. I
can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'll let you know as the show moves on if there's anyone in the broadcasting world. I have great respect for the broadcaster that understands, like, I don't have it anymore. I need to just kind of just let this one be.
Terry Bradshaw says he thinks Dylan Gabriel is going to be a star in the NFL.
And you think that means he deserves to be on TV more, which is astounding.
I don't believe that's what I said. Do you agree? Do you concur? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
A bold idea for college football, and it has to do with one young coach in one specific school.
And I have a theory when it comes to performance in professional sports is the legal stuff actually more effective than the old illegal stuff.
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've had a fun day. A lot going on there. Of course, today's kind of the last day we talk about the Dolphins game. Tomorrow will be kind of turning the page to the Patriots game. But before we get to Albert in about 20 minutes, talking about all the big stories around the NFL, including the Browns and their quarterback situation, we get into the lead here. And Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, joined us at 3:20 today. He broke down Dillon Gabriel's Week 7 start against the Dolphins.
I think he's a starter in this league. I will say this, though. After 12 quarters, one being over in Europe, one being against a very tough Pittsburgh team that he didn't play well, he also got hammered, so he showed a little bit of toughness. And then in a rainstorm, I just think it's too early to say he can't do it or he can do it. You have tackle issues. You have receiver issues. And I get that other quarterbacks have had that, but these are guys, this is where they're at. And for me, I like his efficiency. I like the fact that they won. I think he's at a good step. As he moves forward, he's going to have to get better getting the ball downfield. He's going to have to improve his accuracy over 15 yards, and he's going to have to keep taking those steps. But where he's at right now, I think he's doing a very solid job with lots of room for improvement. But I can't evaluate him until he gets, until they get into some normal games.
I wanted a Coach Riz versus you, Donnybrook. If I'm being honest, that's what I wanted. He was hitting all the talking points. He was hitting exactly the right strikes, and I wanted to sit back, relax, and enjoy the cruise.
I think you just like when I go back and forth with people. You try and stoke the seeds of discontent with me and Mac. I think you just are. You're a non-confrontational person, so I think you like it when I get into it with somebody that isn't you.
I'm not sure how to read that one. I think I just got tired of talking about Dillon Gabriel's last week.
That also might be fair.
Kind of really the reality there.
I think where you and I differ on this is I think you look at Dillon as a backup, so there's no real evaluation going on. Or sorry, maybe the bar is lower, where my bar is, are you a starter? And if you don't start to approach that bar, and through 3 games, I think we've seen growth from him. So I'm going to grade him against that, and that's where we're going to go here. I get about 3 more games that look like the last 3 games. If it's identical. If it is, all right, give me to Shedeur.
I'm already at get me to Shedeur, but if that's what it takes, I will be fair to Dillon. And that's really, in the entirety of this, I think maybe that's where I've gone overboard, is trying to be entirely fair to a quarterback that I've spent no time sticking up for. Senior NFL insider Josina Anderson joined the morning show today. She was asked if we've been fair to Dillon Gabriel after his first 3 starts.
I think that Dillon is a good quarterback from what I can see. I can see why Kevin Stefanski likes him. I think the question still goes back to exactly what I asked on my timeline, which is Dillon Gabriel the long-term solution for the Cleveland Browns? Is this the quarterback that is going to inspire that, motivation, that confidence, that, aura that you want from your quarterback? And I'm not sure that that's him. That doesn't mean he's not good. From what I have seen of Shedeur when he was playing, obviously at Colorado in the NFL, he pertains another level of that factor that I'm talking about that I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't have a horse in this fight. I don't. And what is it? What's the expression that I just completely butchered?
Dog in the fight.
I don't have a dog in the fight here. Thank you.
But it's not like. I mean, we know the roots of dog in the fight is a little bit. It's
Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Don't love that either.
But if you want to do horses with that, that's a
horse fighting, which is
untapped
ridiculous
market. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was thinking of like monkey fighting. I was thinking of all the different animal fightings that we've seen in different spots. That's usually cruises in the middle of the ocean that you see the monkey fights happening on. I don't think we've ever seen a horse fight.
Neither have I. But I don't have. No. So I guess here, not my pig, not my farm. I want whatever's best for the Browns to happen. So I don't feel any sort of kinship for Dillon other than he's a Browns quarterback. Same thing with Shedeur. And I don't think, whereas I think with Baker Mayfield, You made that evaluation and you were wrong on it, and you made the quick hook, right? Sam Darnold got bounced around. It took him a while to kind of figure it out.
How many examples do we have right now of players like that?
Certainly Daniel Jones.
You add Daniel Jones to the mix. I do think it's funny, the graphic that throws Baker and Sam Darnold in there and puts them both in Panthers uniforms.
I prefer that too, because it lets the Browns off the hook. But you don't do that. There's a reason why that's happened with first-round picks, because those guys have the physical talent to figure it out eventually. Dylan's a third-round pick. Like you don't owe him 11 games of a runway or 7 years of a runway. You need a quick answer on him. If the answer is no, he should still be here next year, but that's your answer until he proves you otherwise at any point. Same thing with Shedeur. I don't think there's fair or unfair here. It's the NFL, and I think there's some part of social media that, because we're seeing Baker and we're seeing Sam Darnold and we're seeing Daniel Jones, we're seeing Mac Jones, we're seeing these guys bounce back in their careers, and it's sports talk, sports media, all of it. Sports social media, where we become allergic to having a strong opinion on guys, and it's like, maybe we should be doing that for the first-round picks. I don't think we should be doing that with third and fifth-round picks.
It's interesting. There's still a part of me that looks at it and says the London game, and then you go into even last week's game where it's just a torrential downpour and it's rain and it's 40-degree weather. Like, did I love that Coach Riz was like, we can't evaluate him? No, I don't love that, because I like when people have opinions, but also in the same respect, I do think 3 games is entirely early to be like, I know with certainty this about Dylan, and it has been unique circumstances.
Maybe I think I'm getting a little frustrated that I think people are allowing a boring quarterback. Dylan's not Mr. Personality, and a quarterback who plays kind of a boring style. I think we're almost being lulled into this idea that we can't use our senses and use our mind here. Well, I think we can.
Well,
I'm not saying you're not doing that, by the way.
The position the Browns have put us in, which is very unfair, is that people like myself would not have started him to begin with. Mm-hmm. So people like myself,
we wouldn't have drafted him.
We wouldn't have drafted him, and we certainly wouldn't have ever even played him this year. We would have been playing Shedeur the entire time. And so the unfair part of this convo is then we have to try to rationalize and get inside the Browns' brain throughout this entire stretch where we haven't been able to understand what they're doing to begin with anyway. And so it's hard, because you're constantly tugging and pulling at the idea that the Browns are doing this for their reasons, X, Y, and Z, while at the same respect, we're also looking at it like, I don't know what they're doing, and I don't know why they're doing it.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com is on with Baskin and Phelps today, the Midday Man, and she talked about Shedeur Sanders' development as the Browns' backup quarterback.
He's doing a really, really nice job. He's making progress in every way, including in all of those ways that they really needed him to, just in terms of being able to get the play articulated. He's really coming along. And the thing about Shedeur, I've written this so many times, I've said it so many times, but he has elite accuracy. And that's the place where I think he has Dylan beat, is in the accuracy piece. But you have to be able to get to that point where you have time to throw that ball and you're getting it out fast enough so that you can get it there on time and all those kinds of things. But in a 7-on-7 drill, if you put those two up next to each other and you just started doing a red zone 7-on-7, I think Shedeur would win that drill most of the time. But that doesn't mean that he would be the better choice at quarterback right at this moment.
I mean, I just feel like the Browns are setting this whole thing up to be like, oh, and finally the light bulb went off. Shedeur is good enough now, and now we can play him, and it'll just be so conveniently timed towards when they're ready to give up on Dylan Gabriel, and it just doesn't make sense. Cavs season tips off tomorrow night against the Knicks. We have some news around that game as well. A couple players for the Cavs already ruled out in this one as we get ready for it. But Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, was on with Baskin and Phelps, asked if the Cavs are the team to beat in the Eastern Conference.
I think on paper, yes, but I'm of the mindset of this group together, they have to prove it. And there's a team in the East that has been together before, that has had success in the playoffs before, and has advanced further than the Cavs before. So because I'm more prove-it guy, I think on paper, the Cavs are the most talented team. I think on paper, the Cavs have a ceiling to be an NBA championship level team, but I would take the Knicks right now because they've done it to a level that the Cavs haven't done it. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and I know that they've got a new coach, and they've got some changes that they're making in terms of their systems, offensively and defensively, but until the Cavs prove it in a playoff environment that they understand the physicality, they understand the intensity, they understand everything that playoff basketball is all about, I'd say the Knicks should be the favorite going into the year.
I don't know. The entirety of the Eastern Conference looks really blah to me. I think the East is incredibly winnable if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers, but I'm going to be riding these two separate trains all season long. The first one is going to be let's enjoy this season, and as long as they're healthy and winning more than they're losing, let's enjoy the hell out of what has been a very special run. And the other one is I'm not crowning them in the playoffs until they take the crown from my hands. That's where I think we should be.
Yeah, it's also really hard for me, though, to put the Knicks above the Cavs. Until Mike Brown shows me he can do it, I can't do that for the Knicks.
I mean, Knicks, Pacers, Bucks, Pistons.
But that's what makes this hard.
Magic.
You know?
Actually, the Magic we might be sleeping on. That Desmond Bain could be fun.
I don't know. Maybe this is the Magic's year. I saw Bill Simmons, by the way, about an hour ago, had Nuggets over the Cavs in the NBA Finals.
I think OKC's going back to the finals. I don't know they'll win it. I just think OKC's got that incredible balance of length, size, skill. And here's the thing. They won it, and I still think there's another gear offensively for that weird, tall, gray man alien, Chet Holmgren, to get to.
It's funny because Nuggets people all offseason are talking about how this is like the greatest offseason the Nuggets have had in the Jokic era.
That's awful. You know they're going to stink now.
Well, it's guaranteed. It's like Cam Johnson. Like, what are we really latching on to here?
It's anytime you hear somebody is in the best shape of their life in camp, you know they're going to tear an ACL or just stink.
I feel like the Nuggets are the sexy pick right now. I feel like a lot of people are going Thunder. In fact, there's one of the betting sites had you could bet for plus 750. You could bet whether or not the Thunder would win 3 straight.
I'll never get over them firing Mike Malone 3 years after winning the first NBA championship in league history. It's right up there with firing
this is what they all do.
2 years after.
This is what they all do. NBA coaches, you win a title, 2 years, you're gone.
That is the lead. Albert Breer coming up in 5 minutes here. We'll get into his take on the Browns and whether we've been too harsh on Dillon Gabriel through his first 3 games in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back.
feet were not held to the fire inside the building. This organization knows that Kevin has a very, very young offense right now, a rookie quarterback, a rookie running back, rookie tight end, rookie receivers. There are tackle problems. So they're not expecting him to take necessarily this roster to the Super Bowl this year.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you, working to get Albert Breer here. Couple notes. As you pointed out, Shams Charania in the last 15 minutes tweeting out that Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart are both out for the season opener tomorrow against the Knicks. So that's one thing.
Yeah.
Two, did you see what Woody Johnson, the Jets owner, said today about the quarterback situation in New York?
Oh, I thought if I were a player, I'd respond to him because he's the real deal in regards to Aaron Donald.
Oh, no.
And then I saw, so I sent it to Jake to put the clip in. But go ahead, tell people.
So he said, so again, it's at the NFL owners meeting, and I told Woody Johnson, the Jets owner, told the media, it's hard when you have a quarterback with a rating that we've got. If you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good.
Yeah. I mean, way to just bury your guy.
I mean, granted, I've never seen a single shred of evidence that I would want to spend a single second in the presence of Woody Johnson.
Yes, and I think
told, he seems like a pretty miserable cuss, and somehow this is worse than even that.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is Exhibit A in all of this, right? Aaron Rodgers, it seems like he doesn't know what he's doing. It seems like he's an idiot. It seems like he's subverting all of the coaches in New York, and everything's a problem with him. And then he goes to Pittsburgh, and it's night and day.
I just can't believe an owner said this. Like, I'm trying to imagine what my response would be. Like, Jimmy Haslam, for all what Jimmy said in April about Deshaun Watson, I think it was March, about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
He was pretty diplomatic, right? It was still a good enough situation where, despite
he still is, by the way. Like
they went to the wedding
in ways that I wouldn't be if I was Jimmy Haslam. If I was Haslam, I would be every opportunity I got to. I would tell people what a disaster Deshaun Watson was, etc. He doesn't do that.
He doesn't do this.
No,
and that's what I find.
Well, and you're also in year one of a 2-year deal that you pay $20 million per year to Justin Fields. So, like, you're in the beginning stages of this, relatively speaking. But after you make comments like this, you just have to get rid of him.
So we are working on getting Albert Breer on the show here in a little bit. I actually want to ask him about Ohio State because it doesn't seem like there are many teams that actually might be able to win the national championship this year. But again, we're working to get Albert Breer here on, and
we'll see what Albert says about, you see his Joe Flacco follow-up, by the way?
No, what was that?
Yeah, so he sat down with Joe, and he basically had laid out, and this is why I'm excited to hear from Albert and see what he can kind of maybe extend out of this part of the conversation, was that the Browns had went to Joe and had asked him if they were cool with the trade. Like, and it's a framing that I think you'll find interesting because I know we're both a little bothered by the idea that the Browns are perceived to be some sort of great, they do all of these favors for other people and they're always looking out for everyone else. But it's like, what do you think Joe Flacco was going to say? Like, when you present him with the trade to then give him a football life again instead of holding a clipboard, what did you think the answer was going to be? You knew the answer was going to be, yes, I'll take that, thank you very much.
I think that it's good that the Browns do stuff like that. I think it's crazy that sometimes there's a victory lap that gets taken on that stuff. Like, I don't know that you get to. I know that the bar for most NFL teams is most NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
So if you simply do things better than a fair amount and the worst, the Mike Browns, right? You get a lot of credit. I get that. I kind of think that's the bare minimum, right? Like hey, we checked with Joe. He's cool with being traded to a spot where he's going to start instead of being the backup here. Okay, cool. That's the bare minimum. I expect that. It's like when hey, I saw somebody in the street today, street urchin, didn't attack him. Aren't I a great person?
You deserve a lot of kudos for that. Yeah, good job.
Don't I deserve a lot of credit for doing that?
It's just the phrasing of it I thought was really funny. It says, is it the Browns let Joe Flacco have the final say in the Bengals trade? When you present it, do you want to continue to play football or do you want to not play football but do it here? And it's like, and then they present themselves as these saviors of sort. It's like you already made the trade at this point. When you go to Joe and you ask him if he's going to do that, you've decided what you want to do with Joe Flacco's fate. Hell, I would have loved to have heard if Joe Flacco's like, you know what? Hey, between me and you, I'm cooked. I don't want to do this anymore.
That actually would have been really funny.
I just want to cash a check and just sit down.
If they said, Joe, are you okay getting traded? And he goes, no, I'm Brown for life.
He's like, I've seen that offensive line in Cincinnati. I'm cool. No, thank you.
And then they still traded him?
And then they did it because they were always going to do it. It bothers me because they present this in such a way as if they're holier than thou and they're always looking out for other people. But if you routinely check, it always serves their best interest at the end of the day. It's a con is what it is. It's the part that bothers me so much.
So I don't look at it as a con. I look at it as there's a lot of things in the NFL with the NFL media, the greater NFL media, that I find to be incredibly phony, right? And it to me, I understand that sports media is not. I'm glad we're not living in the days of Cobbledick and all these other, like the guys who are taking incredibly personal shots, being, rumor mongers. I'm glad we don't live in that era of things anymore. Mm-hmm. I also think you can be more critical than just the NFL media in general. It's just the shield principle, right? It's the, hey, I'm gonna leak you this, and then down the line you're gonna get me back on this, and it's a lot of glad-handing and backslapping and things that mostly have no interest to me because I just do not care what billionaires or millionaires think of me.
Well, it's a healthy way to look at it.
I prefer poor people like me, frankly.
Is that it? If you had your
makes
druthers?
Me a better person.
You're really big. The demos say people that make 30,000 and under, you're huge.
Yep, they'd be like,
that's your demo.
That guy is the most relatable guy in the world. You see how he dresses. You see how he lives. That guy's the guy.
Can we call it the hillbilly demo?
I don't think it's just hillbillies.
Since you gave me the hillbilly pass, though, to just use hillbilly as often as I can,
I'm a hillbilly.
I've been searching for days ways to just insert hillbilly into conversations. It's the first time. I don't know that it went fluid, but we tried.
You're trying a new thing, and I appreciate that. And to go ahead and talk about Woody Johnson's comments on the situation at quarterback, to talk about the Brown situation at quarterback as well. We head out of the fan hotline and welcome on our very own of the MMQB, Albert Breer, who joins us every single Tuesday at 5:20. What's up, Albert? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Well, I know we got a lot of NFL stuff to talk about, but I guess because Ohio State looks really, really hard to beat right now, and not a lot of teams do, I'll ask you, how many teams actually scare you as a national title threat against Ohio State right now?
A good question. Yeah, I think Alabama and Georgia, because I know that the talent is there, right? You watch Alabama or Georgia, you can see they just have dudes everywhere, the same way Ohio State does. So I think those two would be in that category. And scare is probably the wrong word. I wouldn't be scared by much with the team we have right now, but and then I think Notre Dame, I really like where Marcus has brought that program. And, I think you're starting to see the way that he's recruiting with some of the high-end guys. Love is obviously one of them, but, I think Notre Dame's talent, the talent level starting to escalate there to the point where it's you could see, and I think you saw it at the end of the game last year when Ohio State took its foot off the gas a little bit, where they can at least on a consistent basis play with Ohio State, And I always felt in the past maybe that wasn't the case. You know what I mean? Where they would need to play their best and it probably still wouldn't be enough. I don't think it's that way anymore with Notre Dame. They're getting closer.
Albert, Carnell Tate getting a lot of love on this team, more than I think Emeka Egbuka did all of last year. But I love Carnell Tate being positioned as Emeka Egbuka 2.0, a guy that's being slept on a little bit because of who he plays across from. What do you think about that comp?
I think he's sort of a different player. Like, he's taller. I think he's a little bit more of an outside player, where Ibuka's a little bit more of a slot, like a little bit better inside. But I think there's the reality of it is, like, I mean, do I think he could project to be someone's number one? Yeah. And that's the crazy thing about the talent that Hartline's brought through there. And Ryan's brought through there over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, you guys think about this, right? Like, so Jackson Smith and Jigba never went through a year as the number one option in the Ohio State offense. Think about that. He's on pace right now to break the NFL single-season receiving yards record. Emeka Ibuka is probably the offensive rookie of the year. He was never the number one receiver at Ohio State. So I think it's a reflection of where the talent level is in that room in general. And, like, I think that's where maybe these guys, like, it's like you look at every one of them and it's like, okay, like, he's already really good. And there's probably still a lot more meat left on the bone because there's so many mouths to feed right now in Columbus. It's a pretty incredible thing. And I think we all know what Jeremiah is and what Jeremiah can be. But I think Tate's got a bright Future, and by all accounts, the right kind of kid. And it wouldn't surprise me to see him follow, in the footsteps of JSN and Ibuka and become a number one receiver in the pros after not being one in college.
All right, Albert, before we get to the Browns win
By the way, like, you guys can let me get one off here. Would Carnell Tate be the best receiver in Michigan history?
Oh, Braylon Edwards, come on!
I think we all thought Edwards, right?
You guys can clip that if you want. Like, I think Carnell Tate, if he was playing there and they were feeding him the ball, might become the greatest receiver in Michigan history, and he's not even the number one receiver on his own team.
I like it. I don't care.
We'll see what Keith does with that.
We'll let it stand. That's fine. Yeah, if Keith bursts in and Kool-Aid Man's into this conversation, you know what you did, Albert.
Albert, before we get to the Browns win, we were just talking about you sat down with Joe Flacco. You asked him about being traded, and I thought Joe's answer to that and how basically the Browns had presented him with the idea of the trade was really interesting. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so it really wasn't on his radar, at least according to what he told me. And the Browns didn't initiate the talks with the Bengals. So that's an important piece of this. And I think, I did a column last week on this, like the process they went through, and there were 12 or 13 different quarterbacks they evaluated, a wide range of guys, like Tommy DeVito was on the list, Stetson Bennett was on the list, and then like Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, they were on the list too. And Flacco kind of was, one of the reasons they liked Flacco among the group was because like he had so much experience in a predominantly drop back game, right? Like he played that game before, and that's what the Bengals do with Burrow. So it caused the least disruption to their offense. Like that would be the easiest thing for Jamar Chase, for Andre Davis, for T. Higgins, for all those guys. Like the easiest translation would be Joe Flacco. So the Bengals have that interest, and they express that interest to the Browns, and then the Browns present it to Flacco. And say, hey, is this something that you would personally be interested in? And he said he said he liked the idea of it, and obviously the rest is history. I thought just as interesting. I did ask Joe too. I'm like, would this have been the same answer regardless? Like if any other team were giving you the opportunity to start, did you just want to play? And like he was kind of coy on that, where he said, well, I'm not sure I can really answer that. I don't know. Which I think like kind of illustrates how special that opportunity was, to go and play with Chase and Higgins, like two number one receivers, and have the chance to, play for 2 months, in that offense, and create an opportunity for Joe Burrow to go compete for a championship when he comes back.
Albert,
yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Albert Breer of the MMQB on the Fan Hotline, who I'm now talking over because I'm a jerk. Albert, one of my favorite things that you tweeted about was you would mention in kind of with a bunch of fans talking about the Colts' new owner wearing the headline or the headset on the sideline. You mentioned that you know of a few NFL owners that can listen into the headset in their suites during home games. I think I have to ask you, is Cleveland one of those places?
I don't know for sure. But I would say there was that, situation was it 10 years ago at Ray Farmer, right? That involved those sorts of things. So that would be one example. I don't know. I don't know if Jimmy Haslam or any of those guys are up there listening. I have no idea. I can just tell you that there is a way to do it and that there are owners that do it, but I don't know one way or the other whether Jimmy does or not.
Has Dillon Gabriel shown enough in the 3 games? How long should we have this extension of Dillon Gabriel still playing? We've kind of been debating whether or not it's been successful or not, and it's just kind of an interesting spot for the Browns to settle in with Dillon. Albert.
So this is like the roundabout way of asking when Shedeur is starting, then, right?
You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Sniff that one out, journalist.
Yeah, I would say, like, I think really, like, this is going to come down to the stuff we don't see. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's really about what this looks like in practice, and we don't have access to that. And the steps that Shedeur takes, because obviously now the runway's been cleared. Kenny Pickett's gone. Joe Flacco's gone. And like, they're one play away from having to put Shedeur into the game. And so, like, you have to be comfortable with the idea of putting him into the game, and they signaled they're comfortable with putting him into the game now with, the decisions that they made to clear the decks that way. So then I think, like, it really comes down to what's best for the other 10 guys in the huddle. And I think that's an underrated piece of this. And I know I've said this to you guys before, but I mean it. Like, when you're evaluating your Jerry Jeudy's, your Harold Fannons, your Quinshon Judkins, your Dylan Sampsons, your David Njoku's for next year, you want to create the clearest picture that you can. And you want to give those guys the best chance they can possibly have to be at their very best, so you can make those decisions with a clear head. And so, like, it's, is Dillon Gabriel giving you the best chance to do that, or is Shedeur Sanders giving you the best chance to do that? And there was a gap there, and there's been a gap there. And so how does Shedeur Sanders close that gap? That has to happen Monday through Saturday, And I know a lot of people are clamoring to see him and everything else, and I get the star power and all of that. But, I think so much of this, and this is something like I've felt this way all along, a lot of it is going to come down to the stuff we can't see. And unfortunately, there aren't a ton of answers right now on that. But, if Shedeur Sanders can make progress to the point where, they feel like he can operate the offense, and help the other 10 guys be at their best, well, then maybe it's time to get a look at what he looks like so you can evaluate him. But I don't think there's any mandate right now that they have to get an on-field evaluation of 4 games, 6 games, whatever it is, before the end of the year.
Albert, have we been unfair to Dillon Gabriel through his first 3 starts?
Sure, because you're looking over his shoulder at the next thing already the minute he got in there, right? Like, I think that piece of it to me is like what is unfair. Like, if Shedeur Sanders wasn't on the roster, you guys would probably say, okay, like, well, this would be interesting. Let's see where he goes the rest of the year. Unfortunately, because of the fame of one player versus the other, like, the immediate thing was how long until we get to see, like, that guy over there, I think Dillon's been fine. I personally don't, like, look at Dillon and, like, say, like, yeah, he's going to be someone's starter, over a long period of time. But, he does strike me as, guys, is somebody who's going to play for a lot of years in the league. Like, I think this is a guy who is at a baseline going to carve out a 12, 15-year career for himself as a backup, and we'll see if he can be more than that. But right now, I think on a game-to-game basis, it gives you an opportunity to be competent out there. And hey, look, like, I think that, the guy, they just won a game, so there's that too. I think you got to give him a chance to grow and see where he can take it with the group that he's in there with. And, I think at the very least, it's, another sign that, they did really well in the draft, of course, with everybody else, Graham and Judkins and Schlesinger and Fannin, all those guys in that mix too, Sampson as well.
I think a lot of people, Albert, were surprised that Mike McDaniel wasn't fired on Monday.
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
How did you see it?
So I think that, like, this one's interesting because I don't know at this point, like, how that, after the way they played in Cleveland on Sunday, right? What at this point are you selling the players? And this goes back a couple of years, right? Like, when they were really rolling with Mike the first couple of years, there was sort of this star system there where, guys like Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill were playing by a separate set of rules. It wound up biting them at the end in 23 when a bunch of those guys on the defensive side clashed with Vic Fangio, and it wound up driving Fangio out of there. Then last year, it's sort of the same setup with the players, and you're not winning as much, and that's how you start to lose guys. It's like, well, wait a minute, this guy over here is getting away with whatever he wants to do, and I'm working my tail off, and we're not winning. And so this year they tried to circle back, and they traded Ramsey, and it was like, okay, like how can we reset things here? And so they tried to lean into, we're going to bring in good character guys. The question is, was this thing already so far gone that you can't reel it back in? And that's something that I think over the coming weeks, Stephen Ross and the top executives in Miami are going to have to answer. Because I really think, and I believe this, guys, I think there are two legitimate reasons to fire a coach this early in the season. Number one is because you want to get a look at somebody else on the staff, and you're done with the guy in charge, which you could argue maybe the Dolphins check that box because Anthony Weaver is really well regarded on their staff, their defensive coordinator. Or two, things have become toxic to the point where it's going to affect the development of your young players. And I think you could argue that they're getting closer to that also. So I'll be interested to see the way the next couple of weeks play out. I don't think Tua showed great leadership over the last couple of weeks either. So that's a factor in all of this. I just don't know what the trigger is going to be for the owner to make a change.
Albert Breer there on the fan hotline. Great stuff with him. He had a few things I want to react to, and something, an answer that he kind of skirted around also got my interest as well. That's coming back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here, and Universal Windows Direct has a
I-90 east past Warren. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
This report is brought to you by Tri-C's Manufacturing and Engineering Technology Programs. Tri-C has programs in manufacturing and engineering technology, including its first ever Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Integrated Digital Manufacturing. Learn more at tri-c.edu/engineering.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This is going to come down to the stuff we don't see. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's really about what this looks like in practice, and we don't have access to that. And the steps that Shedeur takes, because obviously now the runway's been cleared. Kenny Pickett's gone. Joe Flacco's gone. And, they're one play away from having to put Shedeur into the game. So then I think, it really comes down to what's best for the other 10 guys in the huddle. And I think that's an underrated piece of this. And I know I've said this to you guys before, but I mean it. When you're evaluating your Jerry Jeudy's, your Harold Fannons, your Quinshon Judkins, your Dylan Sampsons, your David Njoku's for next year, you want to create the clearest picture that you can. And you want to give those guys the best chance they can possibly have to be at their very best so you can make those decisions with a clear head. Is Dylan Gabriel giving you the best chance to do that, or is Shedeur Sanders giving you the best chance to do that? And there was a gap there, and there's been a gap there. And so how does Shedeur Sanders close that gap? That has to happen Monday through Saturday.
Albert Breer there in the previous segment answering your question about Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and the process going forward. I guess the thing here that I struggle with is we just have to trust the Browns that they're on the up and up when being like, Shedeur's really doing it. Monday through Saturday, he's got it on lock, and that
the hard thing to trust.
Well, it's not even just the Browns. In the NFL, there's a myriad of factors that go into these decisions and when you elevate quarterbacks and how you elevate them and earning the respect of his teammates. And we've seen it done a million different ways. So it's like, I just have been paying attention to the NFL for too long for me to they're monitoring it. We're good.
There's a fly in the ointment here. Something isn't right. Something that it doesn't pass the smell test, so to speak. But I've never felt that way with how they've approached Dylan Gabriel versus Shedeur. And so I don't know. This is why I'm open to the idea that they will treat Dylan in the exact opposite way that I would have treated Dylan and Shedeur this entire time, because they've continued to do that anyway. So if that means they give Dylan 4, 5, 6 weeks more to try to figure it out, I can't be surprised at that at the end of the day, because it's not what I would have done to begin with anyway.
But this is where the devil's in the details, right? It's where when our guy Jason Lloyd was on with us on Friday, and he had said something like, guys, we thought they were going to be 1-5. And it's like, yes, but not all 1-5s are created equal. Mm-hmm. I feel the same way about the quarterback situation. To this point, I didn't think we'd get 3 games into Dylan, and I'd be like, all right, 3 more games of this and I'm done. And in fairness, I don't expect them to either.
You didn't think we'd get there that way?
No, I didn't think I'd get here this quickly. Mostly because...
I'm a little surprised to hear that, to be honest.
Well, here's why. I expect when young players play, even though growth is not linear, I expect to see things that are observable. If you are a starter caliber player, even a strong backup, I expect to see this week... we didn't miss 2 guys in the flat. Or not 2 guys in the flat. We didn't miss 2 obvious touchdowns. Or, hey, this week you limited the turnovers. Whatever it is, I expect to be tangible things, even if it's not in the box score. And 3 weeks in, I'm not there with Dylan. I just have not seen the kind of growth I need, and I think that's where I'm surprised that I haven't seen what I would perceive as any growth out of Dylan.
Yeah, I have seen some growth in some areas. I'm not going to say that I haven't, but again, my expectation for Dylan was at the bottom of the bottom. So anything he's done at this point, it's kind of been much better than when I watched when we were sitting there interviewing Bernie Kosar, and I'm watching passes hit the floor time after time after time.
I've seen growth from there. I'm talking about once he's played in meaningful NFL games from the first week to now. I'm looking for it. I'm like, okay, where is it? Where's the supercomputer? Right? Where's the
and the supercomputer part has been the befuddling part, because that's the thing they sold us on the most, was this idea that he can process and he can dissect different parts of the field, and I'm not really seeing much of that.
Looks more like one of those T85 the calculators. Like it's
we
it's
can do a lot of
computing
damage to those, though.
It's computing some. If you type 8008 5,
No,
and you
did you
flip it up
ever-
and you can really do some stuff.
Did you
there.
ever play Snake on those?
Of course I did.
Yeah, that's like everyone.
You
did
know, I
that,
don't
right?
have a math degree.
Yeah, you play Snake on there. You had all sorts of there's different like games and everything. I'd waste so much time in high school just playing games on the TI. It wasn't TI 85. Was it TI 89?
It could have been.
Could it one of them?
I didn't even know the damn numbers. So Albert Breer didn't just give us good stuff on the quarterbacks. I think there's a really interesting answer in his non-answer about the NFL owners listening into the headset during games. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. I've told you guys a story before, but I want to reiterate it. When I was going off to school, one of the deals with my parents was if I got a scholarship, they would buy me a used car. That was the whole ordeal. And I was like, all right, great. And they let me choose whatever car I essentially wanted within reason. And I ended up on a Chevy Impala. And then I took that all the way to Wichita, and then I bought another Chevy Impala. And I've been buying Chevys ever since. And then I met Jeremy a few years back, and I'm like, I need to stay in the Chevy family because it's an award-winning team. They just know how to take care of you. And you can shop online to find their great selections. DriveClassicChevy.com is where you need to go for that. But for years, they've been taking care of you guys with Chevys. And big news, the EV tax credit has been extended another month at Classic.
can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, there's internet speculation. I'd wondered why I'd gotten a couple texts from people asking about things and what's going on with the Browns. There's internet speculation on the Browns side of things that maybe old Laser Eyes could be looking at a certain former Ohio State wide receiver for the New York Jets. It should be noted, until a traditional reporter says this, it is just a Twitter rumor. How would you react if Garrett Wilson became...
But you're getting text about this?
No, not like those kind of texts.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
people asking me, because of the Twitter rumor, which, again, that's what it is until said otherwise, that I've gotten like 3 texts about this asking, is there any validity to this? And I'm like, you are asking not a reporter.
Well, so it is interesting because I think people started the day asking about Tyler Lockett, and then it's like, well, wait, if Lockett wants out of Tennessee, why would he come to the Browns? But in this instance with Garrett Wilson, this is a trade. This is a different story. This is not him opting to come here. This is the Browns saying, we need a number 1 wide receiver. Here's a first-round draft pick in exchange.
Yeah. This would be the most consequential move you've made for a wide receiver since Odell Beckham Jr. Now, what's interesting is, salary-wise, because it's a trade, it would you did the deep dive on this.
You could easily pull it off. $16 million for the Jets this year, $11 million next year, $8 million following that. Like it's a very reasonable dead cap hit, etc.
What's crazy about that is they literally just signed him to a deal in July to like $96 million guaranteed. So like when I kind of was first alerted to this, I was like, oh, there can't be any way, because then it does look reasonable.
Yeah, it's very reasonable.
It would be hard not to be excited about this. You and I have talked about this. Like, I just want to be excited about the Cleveland Browns. And even if you forfeited the Jacksonville pick, or your 2 and a future 4, something like that, whatever you gave up, in the end, it'd be like, I think Garrett Wilson just needs a decent quarterback and he'll be fine. And I think Garrett Wilson would instantly be the best wide receiver you've had. I mean, I think he's even at his ceiling. I think he's better than Amari Cooper.
I think he's got a chance to be one of the best wide receivers in the game. If he's not already trending in that direction, I'm talking like like right now, the stratosphere, it's Jamar Chase, it's Justin Jefferson, and then you work your way down. I think Garrett Wilson is on that trajectory. So, yeah, I mean, would I be excited by this? I'd be thrilled by this. But it'd be them taking the approach that I really do feel like the Saints are trying to do right now, and why they won't put Shuck out there and they have Spencer Rattler out there is they're trying to build everything else around the quarterback spot and then put the quarterback in there. And if they did this, it's never a bad time to add this type of talent to your roster. But, Nick, would you do it for that first-round pick of Jacksonville?
Jacksonville's, yes. Yours, no.
Oh. Now, I didn't see that coming. I don't know that it matters to me, the difference between the two.
It absolutely does.
I prefer to give up the Jacksonville one. But if the Browns pick is going to be 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range, if they win 5 or 6 games this year, and the Jacksonville pick is going to be somewhere between 19, 20, 21, I'm not going to let that stand in the way of getting Garrett Wilson.
I will, because let's say it's the 12th pick. You can move up from 12 to 6 to get the 3rd best quarterback in this draft if you think that guy's a franchise quarterback. From 19 to 6, you're talking about at least one future first. You're talking about probably a future second. And all of a sudden, you're delving into draft collateral issues.
I see what you're saying. Basically, if you made the Garrett Wilson trade and you attach the Browns trade instead of the Jets trade, you are locking yourself into the idea that you're not taking a quarterback this upcoming year.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, yeah, exactly. But whereas if you take the Browns pick, you can still, either one can fall to you at 12, and we can still have the conversation of or you can trade up to...
I mean, I guess Jackson Dart went 25. I guess you could, in theory, have another draft class where you have something like that, and then you take the Jacksonville pick. But the resounding thought in the moment is that if we do push up these quarterbacks and you have 3 in the top 10, let's say. You're not doing that from the Jacksonville spot.
And you'd also be able to do this. You'd be able to say, okay, for Travis Hunter, I got Mason Graham, Garrett Wilson, and Quinshon Judkins. Okay. Yeah. I don't give a rip what happens with Travis Hunter ever, because I've got a potential top 5 wide receiver, potential top 5 running back, and a potential top 5 defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Even if Mason's just a good defensive tackle, you win that going away.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the first round picks involved with wide receiver trades and kind of the swaps and what happens there. And there really's not been. I mean, you had the Randy Moss trade so many years ago. That's something, obviously. You had the Keyshawn Johnson trade so many years ago. The Brandon Cooks trade, I think that's more recent than anyone is really going to come up with in this. The Rams-Patriots one. There's not been too many involving just first-round picks for wide receivers in recent years, though.
And remember, if you were, and again, it's an internet rumor, and I'm not trying to besmirch anybody by saying that, but it is a internet rumor, but the Browns might have an interest in Garrett Wilson. If that's true, I think Jacksonville's pick as far as I'm willing to go, but like if you got, let's say that New York was just desperate to move him, right? Mm-hmm. It's the Braylon Edwards reverse trade where the Browns were done with Braylon Edwards. Eric Mangini decreed his ass was getting traded no matter what. I think he gave up you got a second and a fifth back or a second and a fourth. Well, then all of a sudden that second first rounder, you can then trade down and recoup a couple second rounders or recoup some of that draft collateral you give up. But yes, this would be the rare I think he's only 25. This would be the rare in-season trade that goes for now and the future that I would consider, because I still don't think we've seen the best of that kid. I agree that he can be a top 5 wide receiver and would be. And by the way, it just means I wouldn't have to watch Jerry Jeudy drop another pass. Sorry, no, that's not fair. Jerry wouldn't be my only hope at wide receiver.
Well, we'll see what Schlereth says about Jerry Jeudy this weekend. The reports are coming out in a heavy way. Obviously, a lot of this is after the comments made by Johnson, the Jets owner, today, and it's basically everyone picking apart the Jets pieces down from Sauce Gardner down to Breece Hall and trying to figure out. Diana Rossini's out here tweeting about it. Jordan Schultz is tweeting about it. Well, there's a lot of conversation about a Jets fire sale after you have the convo that the owner basically just showed no belief in the quarterback and what they're trying to do here.
Now, here would be the thing. It would be the ultimate show of strength that Andrew Berry's not going anywhere. If you're trading a first or second round pick for an established wide receiver,
to allow him to do this,
yes. It's the ultimate sign of, all right. And now it doesn't mean the same thing for Kevin, but it certainly means that Andrew Berry would be dealing from a position of power if you let him do this.
Are the Browns right now, though? Are we in the talent acquisition business? Are we in we're going to give up picks in order to get that little bit better to build? I think we are in many ways, but I could hear somebody out if they said now's not the time.
I think you're at a point where if you can get obscene value on a player, Garrett Wilson for either the Jacksonville pick or maybe your second rounder and maybe another pick after that, so multiple picks, that would be obscene value. Now, if you threw the farm at this, I would really have to question your intelligence. Like, without having a serious quarterback on, it would be like trading a 2 and a 3 for A.J. McCarron.
I'm just trying to figure out how deep you can go. I just don't know. I don't know that you can go beyond a first-round pick for Garrett Wilson.
I would agree. Yeah.
But I also love the idea of Garrett Wilson playing for the Browns.
I do. Again, like we're in the point of this would be much more fun. So let's do that. And I do think it makes you immediately better, by the way. Bonjour, Bob. Bonjour. Saying his offer. Okay, all right. We're getting the table. Tough talking. Second round pick and Jeudy for Wilson. I don't think because of his contract, I don't think you can trade Jerry with the cap problems you have.
It's not what the Jets want in this scenario.
They're like, you know what? We'll take a first rounder or a second rounder in Jerry Jeudy. What if I'm trying to think here. What if it's a second rounder and another player though? Is there a young player?
But they're having a fire sale themselves. They're trying to get rid of as much talent as they can. So it'd have to be
established talent. It would have to be. You'd have to be a young guy.
What I'm saying here, though, is it would have to be like a Fannin type, someone that is a rookie that has showcased a lot already. You're playing in the first and potentially second year player territory.
All right, I'm not trading Fannin. All right, that's off the damn table.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like that's
hashtag Isaac Izumba, guys. Okay, punch the cat.
That's what
May he live forever.
That might be the line that they're talking about. It might even be a Schlesinger type. It's going to be those type of players that they'd be interested in.
I'm just trying to Mike Hall Jr.
Yeah, not that type of player.
Well, no, he's a second-year player.
I like that you're taking this approach on it, though, because I do feel like there are a lot of fans that they do this constantly, where it's like, well, why? I just give them I'll give them our trash.
Yeah,
they'll take our worst, and then of course we'll sweeten the pot with I like Huntington, but it's like, we'll sweeten the pot with Huntington. He's good. He's like the Ohtani of football. It's like, guys, that's not how this works.
So what you got to do is it's Huntington and Luke Floria.
Yeah.
Plus
and Gage Larvidan.
Plus a conditional 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
guys, let's get real here. What options do they have? 216-474-0092. So, as many in the national media are suggesting, maybe the Jets could be on a fire sale here. We've got a couple folks in the Cleveland social media sphere that think maybe a Garrett Wilson to Cleveland trade would work. Are the Browns in the talent acquisition side of things? To me, it's all about price. If you gave up 2 firsts for Garrett Wilson, I'd be legitimately pissed. If you gave up a first and maybe a young player, depending on who that young player is, I'd be legitimately excited. Or if you got him for a second and a future third or something like that, I would be legitimately excited. So this is one of those things where it's like, I'm really excited at the idea. I'm also really nervous at the idea.
I feel like I'm happy that we're at the spot where we can acquire players, at least have that conversation. I do feel like at some point in the offseason, there was some big time player that we discussed, some big wide receiver that we discussed, and the fan base had a resounding no to that idea and that thinking. And so the idea that so many people now, and this goes beyond Garrett Wilson, this is even just earlier today with the Tyler Lockett discussion, that we're back into, hey, that guy might work. We need wide receivers. I like this. This is a good development for Browns fans.
Mr. Denky Kang, which is a real name, on Twitter saying, I know you guys get all hot and bothered for Buckeyes, but there's no way Wilson is worth a first. No way. 1,100 yards.
He's definitely worth a first.
1,000 yards, 1,100 yards. With Justin Fields as his quarterback, he's got 400 yards and 4 touchdowns in 6 games. You're right. This is Ohio State fetishizing. It's nothing else. Sure.
There's no hyperbole here. I mean, he is legitimately on track to be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL.
Garrett Wilson, it's an internet rumor for now, but what's the price you'd be comfortable with? And what are you comfortable with, really, when it comes to Jimmy Haslam? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, wouldn't it be great to remotely start your vehicle from the
starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get to In Case You Missed It. I made fun of Greg Hill on WEEI, our sister station in Boston.
That's a Marconi winner.
Marconi winner, because awards matter, and that's the only thing that matters.
Maybe just not believe in the awards anymore.
For stuttering and stammering through this clip. Keith always does a great job. People don't understand. Keith has never stopped producing the entire station, despite also now being the program director. And I mean that in a good way. Like, he's always sending us videos, always making sure stuff's in front of us, and communicating with all the shows. That's incredible. That takes an incredible amount of work. But, like, Keith is also a volume shooter, so he'll send us a lot of things. So today, sent us this Ty Law clip from the Greg Hill show. And I made fun of, in a personal text between you and me, about how Greg Hill was just like, ba, 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 ba. And then this happens to be the show this week that I'm like, ba, 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 ba.
You hate to see it.
It's karma. It's karma is what it is.
You think that's what that is?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I think
Greg,
it's
I'm sure
God
Greg
saying,
Hill is fine.
yeah, you're an idiot. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one of my kids scared the crap out of me today after what I did for Sophia last night.
Well, I hope they do. In many ways, I hope they do. I also hope you kind of go after Izzy tonight.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't even know.
She asked for it.
Yeah.
There's a difference. I don't want to be consented to that, and that's why I say, please don't scare me that way. But when you ask to be scared that way, doors open. In fact, I might even wait a day if I were you.
No.
Let her sleep on it thinking she avoided it.
So I scared Sophie last night right before bed. Disastrous. I mean, just hysterics, nervous breakdown. My bad, dog. And I did it in the scariest way possible. Think it was funny. It was not funny. I mean, it was hilarious. I laughed so hard. I have no guilt. I have only enjoyment. But I also just racked up a couple years of doctor's bills from the psychiatrist she's going to have to see from the trust issues that were formed. But tonight, here's my thinking. I'm going to, like 5 minutes out, I'm going to say, hey, can you bring Izzy out for me? Because I need her help. And I'm going to specify it needs to be Izzy. And then I'm going to wait behind Vanessa's car, having already been there. And then I'm going to I'm just going to jump out and see how much can I scare Isabella.
Can you record this for me?
You know, I think I might be able to do that.
I want to see the reaction.
Yeah.
What's really enjoyable to me is watching people then get scared and have that moment. I like that on like TikToks and different videos. I like that. I'd like to see how in your solely from Monsters Inc. you get.
It's going to be great. I mean,
what if she's not scared?
It's going to be awful.
What if she's not scared?
Oh, that's even better. That means she's ready.
What if she does to you what you did to the haunted house people over the weekend?
Good one, buddy.
Good one.
Good try.
Nice try.
I'll say the same thing that they said to me. I'll be like, come on, man.
She goes for like knucks or something? She just tries to like fist bump you?
What if she just knocks me the hell out?
Well, that would also be funny. If she turns around and punches you in the face, that would be funny.
But just drops me.
You see how all these scenarios end up in me laughing at the end of this?
Me too.
So I'm good.
Like, after I wake up. Me too. Now, Albert Breer was on with us at 5:20. And there's been a lot of talk about Jim Irsay's oldest daughter, who's kind of the face of the Colts franchise.
Is this the one
now.
Mac wants to date?
I don't think he wants to date her.
What do you mean he doesn't want to date her? I thought he was trying to. I told him he's just trying to date Gracie Hunt.
Wait, I thought that was the youngest.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Irsay daughter.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know which one did Mac want to date.
I think he'll date just about any of the Irsay
Mac
daughters.
Mac goes to the
right
combine
now.
once and turns into Mr. Indianapolis.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the guy thinks he's got a key to the city and can just date an Irsay daughter.
Well, I mean, he could run that town.
Yeah. He's going to own St. Elmo's by the end of the week.
Hey, Mac, when that happens, don't forget your boy. Propped you up all the time. Beat you down when you needed it. Now, there's been a lot of talk about her wearing a headset on the sidelines, and Albert tweeted out something I thought was really interesting, that he knows that there's a few NFL owners that can listen into the headsets in their suites during home games, and this exchange happened.
I would say there was that situation, was it 10 years ago at Ray Farmer? right? That involve those sorts of things. So that would be one example. I don't know. I don't know if Jimmy Haslam or any of those guys are up there listening. I have no idea. I can just tell you that there is a way to do it and that there are owners that do it, but I don't know one way or the other whether Jimmy does or not.
So I did directly ask him, have you ever heard this as Cleveland is one of the teams that does this? Mm-hmm. So Albert kind of politely sidestepped it, which is fair. I had to ask him the question, but understand he's not going to just be like, well, it's this team, this team, this team, and this team. Would it bug you? Like, would it upset you if you heard Jimmy Haslam was listening into the coach's headset during the game?
It would just tell me that he continues to be entirely too involved. And the only thing I think Albert was really going on, and I just thought of it in the clip, okay? So forgive me, but while listening to that clip, I kept thinking, is there another team that I know where an owner is listening in on the headset? Tom Brady. We got the video and all sorts of evidence of Tom Brady putting on the headset in Las Vegas and listening as the plays are going on and listening as if he's right there on the sidelines. And it's like Tom Brady's different because Tom Brady played the game and we don't look at him that way. But in many ways, I mean, he's in the owner's box. Like, this is what he's tasked to do. I don't find too much of a difference between what he's trying to accomplish and then what the Irsay's daughter is trying to accomplish. The only difference there is obviously that Tom Brady comes with a bunch of experience to figure out what exactly is going on.
I don't know. I just would like owners to own and not to dictate. And here's the thing. I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea that Jimmy would be doing that. I'm really not comfortable with the idea that either Paul DePodesta or somebody else who's in the I don't want to say front office.
I could totally see DePodesta doing this.
I wouldn't want to hear JW I didn't mean it that
JW Johnson.
JW Johnson would do that. I don't think Jimmy should be doing it, but I damn sure don't think anyone not named Jimmy would be doing it.
But so I'm trying to figure out what the advantage is, because if this becomes the trend, that's fine. I'm okay with it. But I don't know how this helps you. Does it help? I saw an article suggesting that the Irsay's daughter, what's her name? So I stop calling her the Irsay daughter. Carly?
Yeah.
I just don't want to be rude to her continuing forward. So Carly, suggesting that
she
Carly,
is a badass, by the way, just so we're all clear.
She appears to be that.
Yes.
But saying Carly is the reason why they're 7-1 now, and Carly's the reason why they're going to be 7-1 after this weekend, why they're off to the start that they're off to, and all these other things, and part of it is this headset wearing. And I'm like, what is the advantage there? So she listens in on the headset, and then what? Does she tell Shane Steichen, I wouldn't have done that on third and 6? If I'm Shane Steichen,
are you talking about in the moment? Because you can't.
No, not
do
in the
that.
moment.
Okay,
no, I mean after the game. As if she takes notes. Kind of like you with Dylan Gabriel taking notes about all the times he didn't hit players in their hands and missed opportunities. If she took notes and was like, 3rd and 6, don't know what, I heard the conversation, you didn't do that right, let's talk about it. You know how annoying that would be if you're Shane Steichen?
Yeah.
I'd be like, why'd you think you hired me? You hired me to make these calls. I don't want to feel like my boss is just listening in on every conversation I have, and on top of it, then I have to justify it after the fact. It's only a nuisance.
So I can understand if you're doing it that way, that's not the way you do it. If you're trying to learn more about, because what do we always say about owners? That you're usually successful in another line of business, and you're a noob when it comes to football. If you're just trying to learn football, and I'm not just talking about Carly Irsay Gordon, I'm talking about any NFL owner that says, I need to understand what a coach has to do, so that's what I'm getting the flavor for. Not to grade them. I still think it's weird.
Well, and so
that's at least more understandable I want to understand how you think so that I can better help you.
But Jimmy's been doing this already, though. That's the problem. We know, I know for a fact, Jimmy's in on the Friday meetings and the Monday meetings. That's already 2 more meetings a week than most owners in the NFL get to go to. He has an appetite for trying to understand football and trying to understand the game, and I appreciate that. I really do. I like the fact that he seems so invested in this, and he wants to come with it from a knowledgeable standpoint. I'm saying a lot of nice things.
Okay,
to then say the idea that he does take it too far. He definitely takes it too far. And so if he catches wind of this conversation, or really the idea that Carly is doing what she's doing and Tom Brady's doing what he's doing, for someone that is that thirsty for the knowledge of football the way that he appears to be, it can't surprise anybody that he'd want to put on a headset and want to do this himself. It should be the assumption that this following week or week after he's going to ask for the headset so he can listen on Stefanski as he tries to call the plays.
I do not want to hear, this is My message to Jimmy, if this doesn't work out this year, and if he gets to a point that Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Barry just are not allowed to continue, right? My message would be to ditch Paul DePodesta. I would hire a GM, and I'd probably be looking for an experienced GM. I know Dimitroff just got hired by New Orleans. That would have been my guy 2 years ago.
I love Dimitroff. We're both Dimitroff guys.
I would hire a proven football guy who, by the way, still wants to use analytics in the massive staff that you have, right? And then I would let that football guy run the football. And that's the thing. Because when if this is an exploratory thing about I have to have every bit of information so I can do a better job of leading the organization, the best way you can lead the organization is ask what they need and then get all the hell out of the way.
I know, but so I think where Jimmy's got this all confused, I think that where the loyalty to Andrew Barry and Stefanski, and really at the heart of it, DePodesta, I think where it goes back to, Nick, is that in many ways, those guys are his football Sherpas. Those are the guys that he has been around that have not only embraced the idea of we will teach you football, but we will do it in a way that the other people that we have been around to this point have not decided that they wanted to. I mean, Greg Williams didn't get along with him for anything. Hugh Jackson didn't get along with him for anything. There's been few people since Haslam's owned the team that has really embraced the idea of we're going to coach you and we're going to teach you the game the way that Stefanski, Barry, and DePodesta clearly have. And so I think he looks at this as one big learning experience, and I think that why he thinks so highly of those guys is because in many ways they have shaped his football thoughts and ideologies.
Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We've got a guy on the internet saying, and talking
just
about
a guy?
Carly Ursay Gordon saying she has no I hate when it updates.
It refreshed on you?
Yeah. That's real low class there.
Unfortunate.
Of all the things Elon Musk has done, this is clearly the worst one.
Dang it, Elon.
But a guy on the internet saying she has no real idea about football ownership. She wasn't expecting her dad to pass yet. Let's set that one aside for a minute. She was trying to polish up her BS meter by learning the language and art of football so she can successfully hire staff in the future without getting BS'd. So you can be like, so what do you think about Spider Y2 Banana? Like, I don't think listening to Headset makes you better at hiring future staff. I don't. I think knowing people and understanding how to place people together, right? It's no different than a radio show, right? For me to be good, I got to have a good wingman.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Don't like that. I meant a good partner. That's what I meant.
It was fine.
But,
until you clarified it more, it was fine.
Yeah, and then that made it worse, always. But, like, if you get me right but get the two-chair wrong, it stings. If you get you right and get me wrong, the show stings. And I think that's, like, honestly, it's what I see as the biggest mistake in sports talk radio that I listen to all the time is just not understanding people and how they work. I don't think you have to have a degree in football to know that. You have to have a degree in people and how they operate together.
Well, and unfortunately, and it's a good point by you, but unfortunately, a lot of these owners miss that. They miss having the degree in people and understanding how people work and how people operate. And I think that's where you like Carly, and where I don't know them well enough to be able to judge them yet. But where
I've been more of a Kalen Jackson kind of kid.
Is that the one Mac wants to date?
No, that's the youngest one. That's the one I told Mac he should date, but turns out she's married.
Unfortunate for Mac. You hate to see it.
Yeah. Well, there's always Gracie Hunt.
Oh, apparently she's just dating Trent Green's kid.
Okay. I mean, what was the other? She dated Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, yeah.
Trent Green's kid. Come on. Broaden your horizons.
Well, Mac should be competing with that, right?
Oh, no. Not to Mac.
Oh, that's not what we're saying?
Yeah, like,
okay.
Instead of just, hey, are you a quarterback or were you sired by a quarterback? How about, are you a good person? Are you interesting? Right? Have you read more than one book?
I like a Tinder for quarterbacks, essentially, where she just goes through and just swipes only quarterback and people that are sired by quarterbacks, and that's the whole app.
Is that like the reverse Instagram? Because if you want somebody sired by an NFL owner, you just kind of go on Instagram and you'll find one eventually.
I don't know.
We kind of ground this thing into it.
Well, I was thinking about what is the dating app where it's only celebrities and it's only like basically the 1% of the 1%. Is it Raya, one of those things?
Okay. I was going to make it. Nope. Yes, maybe Rhea. Maybe that's what it was.
Is that what it? No, you have no idea, do you? I have no idea.
No, I was going.
Jax, how do you not know
it's
this?
Raya.
Raya?
I think it's Raya.
Yeah, and that was not me intentionally saying it wrong. That was a genuine. I just did not know the answer to that. That's what we need to get Mac on. We need to get him on that website. We need to get him up to the 1%, and then this is how he opens the doors to being in an NFL circle with owners and everything else.
Albert Breer says he knows of certain NFL owners that are able to listen into the headset on during the game in their home suites. Would you care? He did not say Jimmy Haslam was one of them, but would you care if you had heard that Jimmy Haslam was listening in on the coach's headset 6 years into Stefanski and Barry? I'd care very, very much in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
now, promo code radio.
Scattered rain showers overnight tonight, low of 49.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to Lance Reisland, who joined us today at 3:20. Big thanks to Albert Breer, who joined us at 5:27 today. Great stuff with both of our guests. Albert had strong stuff on, are we being unfair to Dillon Gabriel? Haven't gotten one. We might have to get to that early in tomorrow's show, because we focused on the ownership stuff. We focused on the Garrett Wilson rumor that's going around. And again, it is a rumor until proven otherwise. But big thanks to both of our guests. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, Nick, we're going to start off with Sean Payton saying he recently told Giants owner John Mara he was hoping they'd turn to Jackson Dart at quarterback once their game passes. High praise for Dart. Definitely some shade here for Russell Wilson.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there. You know, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Russ has obviously responded already on Twitter, and he's not pleased. No one's pleased in this. I kind of like Sean Payton going after Russ, though.
I like Russ going back. I don't know what it is about some NFL coaches. Belichick's this way, Sean Payton's this way, that the more success they have, the more miserable of human beings they are. I have no problem with Sean very clearly tanking things with Russ, arguing in the middle of the season about trying to get his contract restructured, the different games they played, him putting up, when he was the coach, putting a huge amount of pressure on Russ to see if he could handle his offense. No problem with any of that. It's been over a year. It's been 2 years. The dude got benched. Russ's career is over. That's as clear as day. You've got Bo Nix. There's just no need to do what Sean Payton did, and it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't feel the need, no matter what transpired, I wouldn't feel the need to take this swing at Russell Wilson. I think it's really classless by a guy who every time I've seen him in the media, he's been a pretty classless jerk.
Well, that is what Russell Wilson called him. He called him classless and then ... but not surprised, and then continue, didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media. We talk about Stefanski being one of those people that has just been able to, through the media, basically win over a lot of different national pundits. Sean Payton is one of those people as well. Sean Payton is very much in bed with a lot of the national media figures. It's why you don't see too many things hurled in his direction in a negative way. But in this instance, the way it ended, I can't say I'm surprised, because these two have been fighting for years now.
So anything that I've accomplished in my life, whether it's personally or professionally, the better things have got, the healthier I've gotten, clearly not physically, but emotionally, mentally, dealing with my things. I can't imagine being a Super Bowl winning head coach, who I believe now well over the $100 million career earnings mark since being a head coach since 2004 or 2005.
I mean, just as Broncos contract is that, the Walton family paid big.
I cannot imagine having this kind of success and being a miserable, smug jerk. I don't even need millions to do that. Now, it should be noted, earlier today, one of our Twitter videos here, which the headline here is, it's you telling me this was always going to happen this way. Once they start to see who Dillon Gabriel is, they're going to try to take some credit for Shedeur Sanders. Well, the Shahive is in here. Boog, the cameraman, hype man. I don't know all the things Boog does, but I know he does them well. Quote tweeting this, 4 try laughing emojis, 3 clapping emojis. That's good.
I like that.
That's really, really good.
I do like that.
High score. Saying, amen. I've said this long ago. They always knew who is the best quarterback. They are going to want to take credit for his production, but the real already know the truth. Now, of course, he's getting better daily, but that comes with putting in the work, and anything in life are you officially on the payroll yet? If so, can I ride your coattails?
We're not on the payroll, but it is a nice acknowledgement from someone that is in Shador's inner circle. I do like that development. For a while, I've been wondering. I'm like, Boog, where's the acknowledgement? We've been very pro Shador in this slot. Where's the acknowledgement? That's a nice acknowledgement from Boog. Thank you very much.
I will say I was very happy that you got that. Because I feel like the Shahive has been ignoring you a little bit. Even in, like, occasionally, some people will be like, you tried to tell us Dylan Gabriel just something you said. And I was like, he did not tell you that.
I know.
No matter what you think, he did not tell you that.
I had to make peace a little bit ago that I just can't expect everyone to keep track of everything.
That's fair.
Because it's just too hard. And there are way too many people that want to instantly jump down your throat and be like, you said that. And it's like, no, I didn't. No, I've always been pro Shador. It's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Scottergate also on Twitter saying, the only reason I'd want Shador to start is so that all of his Glazers can see him fail. I don't get that. I don't get that. I really don't understand. Like, I don't believe in Dylan Gabriel. I don't want him to fail. I'd like him to make me look stupid. I don't understand being a Browns fan and just wanting somebody on the team to fail. Me saying he's failing or me saying he's not very good, guys, is not me wanting him to fail. It's called analysis. It's part of the job.
Have you noticed that I used the term glaze like a month or so ago, and I remember when I said it and you kind of gave like a little look to it, and now since I said it, now I'm not saying I originated this by any, it's just weird timing. Glaze has come back.
I don't think it ever left. I think that's why
Jax, did it never leave?
For like over a year now.
You mean it's been back for a year?
Yeah, like yeah.
I think I was more surprised.
I need a deep dive on glaze.
I was surprised that you knew what glaze was. That's what the look you got was.
Is it like a 15-year-old only using glaze? Is that the?
No, we use it all the time.
Are you suggesting there's a glaze community?
Wow. Now what are we talking about? Are you back to your clown?
Show me your tricks, big boy.
You're an unbelievable human sometimes.
I was asking.
You're an unbelievable human sometimes.
Clip it, Keith. Clip it.
At the league meeting in New York City.
In New York.
Hey, Jax's Instagram post once commented, concrete jungle. For New York. There you go.
I was saying, doesn't Taylor Swift have 17 songs about New York? Because that was the one I was thinking as well.
I can't believe you remembered that.
Oh no, that you started to sing the Alicia Keys.
No,
song.
I did. That's the one I was going for, and then I was like, I don't know that. I don't know that. I just know she has like 12 songs to 17 songs about New York. So then I went to Alicia Keys.
She actually talks more about London than she does New York. She does talk a little bit about New York, but
talks about London Boy and
London
Redwood.
Boy, exactly right. And Jax, I apologize. I thought you figured this out at this point. My brain just remembers really dumb, stupid things and doesn't forget them ever. That's just how.
And also great Instagram post too, buddy.
It was that was the real reason. That was the real reason why it was awesome, and I just could not forget the greatness of the Instagram post.
All right, we actually got a boogie here. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Also, big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Katie Pollock. Great stuff from our team members there. Teammates, that's what I was going for. Teammates today. JP, great stuff.
I want to glaze you up for the job you did, but
you've already been glazed.
We've both.
You're
been
like
glazed.
a Krispy Kreme donut.
There we go. We had fun. We'll do it tomorrow. That was the right call. No, that was the right. Krispy Kreme was the right call.
No,
it also now ended us ever saying glaze again, but it was the right call.
I think it was the visual.
You're thinking of the South Park meme now.
Stan! We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bleep this.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.